Well, good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Arizona Unmanned Aerial Systems Workshop, UAS. This workshop is sponsored by the Federal Highways Administration Everyday Counts Round 5 UAS Innovation Initiative. The event is the result of a great collaboration. It was between FHWA, the Arizona Department of Transportation, Arizona Commerce Authority Institute of Automated Mobility, and the Arizona Geographic Information Council UAS Technical Work Group. We're super excited that you could join us this morning. I'm Jenna Leveille. I'm the Deputy State Cartographer with the Arizona State Land Department, and I'm the Administrator for Arizona Geographic Information Council. With me, as part of my team in the background, is Lisa Salden. She's with WSP, and she's helping me run the workshop today in the platform, so thank you, Lisa. The purpose of this two-day workshop is to provide anyone interested at our local agencies and private entities more information on how they can utilize unmanned aerial systems for transportation applications. We'll hear from national and local subject matter experts on how to start up and grow a UAS program, different use cases for UAS, as well as the current technology available. So I want to do some housekeeping before we dig in. This workshop is being recorded, so please know that. Mute your audio. You all were muted on your way in, but if you have a question or need to speak and take yourself off mute, make sure you put yourself back on. We also, WebEx can kind of suck the resources, right? So to maximize your bandwidth, we're going to do without video for all the participants today. The presenters, if their bandwidth allows, will have their video on. We'll also be utilizing the chat to communicate. So if you have any problems with the platform, or if you have any questions for any of the presenters, please use the chat. You can find the chat window in the bottom right-hand corner of the interface. All right. All of the presentations, what you're seeing right now, will be available for download. I'm going to put a link to a Google Drive in the chat for you to access those in case it's easier for you to see them at your own computer. I'm really excited to get today started, so I'm going to introduce Paul Wheeler. He'll be moderating our workshop today. Paul is the Director of Aerial Innovation at WSP. He is an internationally recognized speaker and innovator for unmanned aerial systems and advanced aerial mobility. Commercial UAV Expo and Interdrone recognized him as one of the top drone visionaries in the world. Paul has a background in both aviation and highway transportation with over 23 years experience. Immediately prior to joining WSP, Paul served as the UAS Program Manager at the Utah Department of Transportation and serves on multiple national committees to help foster innovation through advanced aerial mobility and UAS. Paul,
thank you, Jenna.
There you are. Excellent.
All right. Yeah, I am so excited for this workshop for the next few days. We've packed in some great content for all of you. And first off, let's talk about what's going to happen. So what we're going to do first is we're going to hear an overview of the Everyday Counts Round 5 UAS Innovation Initiative and the Everyday Counts Round 6 Next Generation Traffic Incident Management, or TIM, Innovation Initiatives. Then after that, we're going to have David May with the Federal Aviation Administration talk about the regulatory framework for UAS. Then after David, I'll be sharing how to start up and grow a UAS program. We'll then take a 45-minute break for lunch. Following that break, we're going to hear from several speakers who's going to discuss the current UAS innovations occurring in Arizona. After that, we'll be taking questions after each presentation. So if during a presentation you can think of a question, please type it into the chat pod. Alternatively, though, you may also type in the questions when we get to the Q&A section after each presentation. So as a reminder, Federal Highways does not endorse specific UAS service providers, vendors, or brands. So presenters may be contacted after the workshop to answer any brand or vendor specific questions you may have. Their contact information is going to be provided during the workshop. Also during this, we're going to be administering some audience polls during the workshop. So if you can see on your screen here, we're going to be using polls, polls everywhere. Now there's 3 different ways you guys can participate, which are shown on the screen. So you can use your app, you can use web, or you can do text. So to share your response via the web, go to pollev.com. Then enter input, okay? And then to respond by text, you can text input to 22333. You can also download the free Poll Everywhere app. So we'll continue to share these instructions as we conduct the polling today. The instructions are also going to be included in the chat. So at this time, we're going to administer our first batch of audience polls. So it's going to comprise of 2 questions to understand who is attending today's webinar. So we'll have approximately 30 to 45 seconds to complete each poll. So we're going to have 2 questions here. So our first poll is, what is your current employment affiliation? Let's find out where everybody's from. And this helps us gear the presentations better to who we have on the line here with us. Yeah, if you need another second to get those apps downloaded as well, that is just fine. Yeah, wait a little bit longer because I'm sure some people need some time to get that in there. Looks like we're getting our votes coming in. Right now we're tied by, oh, we were tied state DOT and local agencies. It's gone up. Looks like we're about halfway on the respondents. Wait just a few more seconds here and see if we can get a little bit more participation. Yeah, also again, if you don't have the app, you can respond at pollev.com. It's there at the top of the screen, /input, or you can text input to 22333. And then simply put in A, B, C, D, E, all the way up to G, depending on which answer. Okay, we're up to 32. That's pretty good. So it looks like we have a lot of state DOT, some federal highway, other federal agencies, local agencies, private consultants, academia, and other. Perfect. Looks like there's a battle going between state and local. They keep tying and then switching. So it looks like we have more local now than state DOT. Very interesting. All right, perfect. All right, for the sake of time, let's go ahead and swap to our next poll. So for this one, how do you describe your knowledge and experience with UAS? And we'd really like to get everybody's participation. Again, these polls really help us to gauge the presentations for our presenters. That way they know where to gear it for more elementary or more advanced. Okay, limited hands-on experience seems to be winning so far. Perfect. I appreciate everybody participating in the poll. Some no experience, some knowledge with no practical, and then with limited. Okay, and then we also have others with significant. Perfect. So we have a good mix, it looks like. That will bode well, and I think we have some great presentations for everybody for all different experience levels for the next 2 days. All right, we got 37 votes. I'll wait just a few more seconds, and then we'll go ahead and move on. To 38. Perfect. Okay, 40 results now. Thank you, everybody. Appreciate the participation. Looks like we have a great variety of experience here. This is perfect. All right, so let's go ahead and move on from our polls. Now, before we start our presentations, we have some opening remarks from the Deputy Division Administrator for the Federal Highway Administration's Arizona's Division Office and Infrastructure Delivery and Operation Director of the Arizona Department of Transportation. So first here from Anthony Sarhan. Anthony is the Deputy Division Administrator for the Federal Highway Administration's Arizona Division Office, a position he's held since 2018. Anthony has worked for Federal Highway for nearly 20 years with stops in Louisiana, Utah, Washington State, and now Arizona. He has served a number of roles for the agency, including Assistant Area Engineer, Design Program Manager, Construction Engineer, and Pavements and Material Engineer. Prior to joining the Arizona Division, Anthony worked as the Specially Designed Project Oversight Manager for Alaska Way Viaduct Project Replacement and the SR 520 program in Seattle, Washington. Anthony is married with 2 children and is a proud graduate of the University of Arkansas. And with that, I'll turn the time over to Anthony.
Sure, great. Thank you, Paul, for the introduction. And I also want to thank you and the planning team for all the time and effort that's been put in to develop this event. I'd like to welcome everyone to the Arizona Unmanned Aerial System virtual workshop. Although can't see your smiling faces, I'm excited to see such great attendance. Looking through the polls, looks like we've got a pretty wide range of folks that's attending, and it sounds like we've got good numbers coming in. I'm grateful to be surrounded by such a group of professionals eager to advance innovation. You may know the Federal Highway Administration is one of the 11 agencies within the U.S. DOT. We're responsible for ensuring that America's roads and highways continue to be among the safest and most technologically sound in the world. We also support innovation through the Everyday Counts program, or EDC, and that's used to help deploy proven yet underutilized innovations. So with EDC, we've seen our interests expand beyond roads and highways, and that's really what brings us here today, to support the use of UAS as a tool to improve highway transportation, not only in construction and emergency management, but in traffic operations and incident management as well. Ultimately, unmanned aerial systems will help us achieve our agency mission to enable and empower the strengthening of a world-class highway system that promotes safety, mobility, and economic growth while enhancing the quality of life for all Americans. This workshop opportunity is a very exciting opportunity, not only because it involves exploring and deploying an innovative technology, but it also brings together various stakeholders who may have never considered collaborating in the past. Even for FHWA, it provides us an opportunity to partner with our sister agency, the Federal Aviation Administration, whose mission it is to monitor the safety and efficiency of aerospace. Although FHWA has a strong interest in unmanned aerial systems, FAA regulates our nation's aerospace, and it's important that we work together to advance this technology in highway transportation. So thank you to FAA for being here to support this effort and share your knowledge. In Arizona, we have a very strong traffic incident management program that has helped to establish the use of incident response data to improve safety on our roadways. Now, this program is generally dedicated to training the responder community for safe and efficient incident response and clearances. But utilizing unmanned aerial systems to get our responders off the roadway more quickly is time and resources well spent. So I want to thank any responders that are participating and sharing your experiences with us today. We have many more partners who may be exploring utilizing unmanned aerial systems in Arizona. And that could range everything from their use in bridge and construction inspection, surveying, communications, emergency management. I notice we have some academia here as well. There's probably more that I haven't named. Really appreciate you being here, your willingness to explore this technology that may be outside your normal description of work is very much acknowledged and very much appreciated. I encourage everyone to share what you know and to share some more about the work that you're actually doing. We encourage everyone to help raise awareness and educate those around you today and tomorrow, and then outside this seminar as well. So whenever the opportunity arises in the future, please take a moment to let folks know how this technology is working and its applicability to what we're doing. We're fortunate here in Arizona that innovation and partnership have played an impactful role in building our transportation culture. Over the next 2 days, there will be everyone in this virtual room from experts to novices on the topic of unmanned aerial systems. I challenge you to take advantage of this opportunity, ask each other questions, and learn from one another. Let's continue to that collaborative culture of safety and innovation and use this event to form those connections that will help us advance the unmanned aerial system program in Arizona together. I hope everyone has a great experience through this workshop. I'm going to be around and joining the discussions as my availability permits, but my staff is in attendance and supporting during and after this event as well. I typically conclude remarks with a reminder for everyone to please drive safely. And if our division administrator, Carla Petty, was here, she would be hammering this home as well. However, today I think it's appropriate for us to remind everyone to please drive safely on the roadways, fly safely in the air as well. So thank you very much. And Paul, I'm going to turn it back over to you.
Perfect. Thank you, Anthony. So next, we're going to hear from Steve Boschen. Steve currently serves as the Assistant Director for Infrastructure Delivery and Operations, which oversees all statewide project delivery, including ADOT and local public agency projects, and statewide operations and maintenance. Steve is responsible for project management, operations, project delivery, contracts, and local public agency areas of ADOT, which include a total of 20 groups and districts. This includes the development, construction, maintenance, and operation of more than 6,000 miles of interstate and state highways in Arizona. Steve previously worked for ADOT from 1985 to 1992. He rejoined ADOT in October 2012 as a Deputy State Engineer for Project Delivery after a 20-year consulting engineer career. In December 2014, he was appointed Assistant Director of the Intermodal Transportation Division, which is now Infrastructure Delivery and Operations. Steve has a bachelor's degree in civil engineering from the University of Arizona and is a registered professional engineer in the state of Arizona. And with that, I'll turn the time over to Steve.
Thanks, Paul. Welcome and good morning. Even though we aren't here in person together, I'm glad we have this opportunity to virtually learn. First, I want to thank everyone who has worked to put this virtual workshop together. That includes our partners from FHWA, the Arizona State Land Department, Arizona Commerce Authority, I saw Marissa, Arizona Department of Public Safety, and the Arizona Geological Information Council. Thanks also to our industry partners, including our moderator, Paul Wheeler, who I guess is called the drone visionary, and he has got an awesome radio voice, so good choice in choosing Paul. Of course, a big thank you to each of the knowledgeable speakers who have agreed to share their expertise with us, which is going to be way beyond my expertise in the area of drones. Over the next 2 days, you'll have the chance to hear from a variety of professionals who are successfully utilizing unmanned aerial systems to improve operations, save time and money, and increase safety and efficiency. It's not often that a single piece of technology can deliver such a wide range of benefits that this technology does. The more we see, the more I'm convinced that drones will continue to have an impact on nearly all aspects of transportation industry. So what about ADOT? We have a really simple phrase. It's a two-word phrase that we refer to our agency True North, and those two words are safely home. What does that mean for us? Safely home means that everyone deserves to make it home without incident or injury at the end of the day, kind of like what Anthony was saying. That includes anyone who uses our roads and all who work on our roads. That's our guys that build our roads. In my role at ADOT, I'm thrilled to see drones being used in ways that improve the safety and reliability of our system. ADOT started using drones not too long ago, just back in 2017. We were able to build our program in 2018 when we received a grant from the FHWA sponsored Arizona Council for Transportation Innovation, ACTI. Anthony, thank you very much for doing that. We now have several drones, which allow us to inspect hard to reach areas on some of our bridges. A drone allows them to do this work more safely and efficiently than we ever did before. Before, they were in boom trucks or hanging off of bridges with cables. So this is much better way for us to be looking at our bridges. Because we have these drones and because we have several employees who are certified drone pilots, we're able to use these in a number of ways. We're using them to do DTMs. Virgil will talk about that, digital terrain models. Our teams also use drones for pre and post construction surveying. In addition, we use them for construction in progress monitoring and inventory management, asset inspections, and traffic studies. We also use drones in public outreach efforts. Members of our ADOT communication video team have become certified drone pilots and frequently use drones to get video and photos so that we can then use them to educate the public on projects and various communication campaigns. Of course, the biggest benefits are improved safety and efficiency, but we're also seeing drones can have a big impact when it comes to time and money, which is real important since we don't have a lot of that money stuff. At ADOT, we have adapted the Arizona Management System, which celebrates innovation and empowers all state employees to solve problems in order to improve processes and increase value to our customers. The use of drones certainly is in line with what we're trying to achieve as an agency, and I'm looking forward to see what the future brings to us as we continue to identify new ways to use drones in our industry. Innovations like drones help us as we drive to shorten project delivery times, improve safety and reliability of the transportation system through Arizona. They also have the potential to save time, money, and most importantly, lives. I'm glad to see DPS is on this virtual seminar also. I'm encouraged to know that so many of you are here today and you're committed to learning and developing best practices. Like Anthony said, really ask challenging questions. Thank you for your commitment, your expertise, and your dedication to supporting innovation in our transportation industry. And Paul, I'm going to turn it back over to our drone visionary. Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you, Steve. And also Anthony for your warm welcoming remarks to the workshop. I'm really excited, as I believe everybody else is. So for our next presenters, they're going to provide an overview on two of the Federal Highway Administration's Everyday Counts, or EDC, innovation initiatives. So we'll hear what is occurring at the federal level and also locally to advance these innovations. So our first presenters will provide an overview of FHWA's EDC 5 UAS Innovation Initiative, and John Haynes will be providing that first presentation for us. So John works locally in the FHWA Utah Division as the Innovation and Research Program Manager and oversees the research contracting programs and serves on the Utah State Transportation Innovation Council. He also works nationally for the Federal Highway as a technical leader for the Unmanned Aerial Systems deployment in conjunction with the Everyday Counts initiative. During his 35-year career, John has also worked for the Eastern Federal Lands Highway Division, the National Park Service, Office of the Architect of the Capitol, and as a private industry consultant. John is a registered landscape architect with a Bachelor of Science degree from the University of California, Davis. And with that, I'll turn it over to John.
Great. Well, thank you for that wonderful introduction, Paul, and the opportunity to talk about UAS on surface transportation projects. And I'm just going to describe a little bit about Federal Highway's role in looking at unmanned aerial systems as an Everyday Counts initiative. So with that, I'm going to go ahead and get started, and I'm going to look for the next slide here. I think I'm just going to go this way. So we're going to talk a little bit. I'm just going to talk briefly because I want to give as much time as I can to our other presenters. But we're going to just kind of start from the beginning and discuss, how drones have been used or UAS have been used on surface transportation projects. And that's the mission of the Federal Highway Administration, is enabling states and local governments to have opportunities for good surface transportation. We're going to discuss a little bit how it's kind of migrated its way into practice for various use cases within federal highway, describe a little bit about the technology, and then we're going to just kind of do some quick comparisons between what we did before UAS and what we're doing now. And those main use cases that we're going to be describing are structural inspection, construction inspection, emergency response. So we'll get into those topics a little bit more. And then I'm going to kind of round out and finish up this presentation, talk a little bit more about Everyday Counts round 5 in this case, and what we can do to help you with your surface transportation projects by incorporating UAS. We'll just kind of touch on some of the kind of the practice state and what we've seen with different DOTs and how they've used UAS, and then we'll talk about some other implementation practices. Again, my name is John Haynes. I'm with the Utah Division Office. I'm a Research Innovation Program Manager, as Paul just described, and so I'm also the Everyday Counts Coordinator within the Division Office, and so it's really fun because I get to look at all the different innovations that UDOT's using. I also serve in a rotational capacity with the headquarters across the agency with respect to the deployment of UAS. So I guess, let's go back to the beginning for a minute. What did we do before we had UAS? Well, we used aerial surveys. We used fixed wing aircraft, manned aircraft, helicopters. We did, if we wanted to do photogrammetry, those were flown with cameras and planes, and in some cases, again, helicopters. But there was a sea change that happened about 10 years ago where DOTs started to experiment with UAS, and they started to look at, what can we do to be more efficient in terms of how we do mapping and surveying, or how we document construction progress, or how we look at bridges and do inspections. And the most important thing that we're going to talk about, I think, is how we deal with UAS on traffic incident management. But going all the way to the present, in fact, ASHTO did a survey recently that showed the majority of the states in the country are using UAS to aid with their surface transportation projects. So this is, I guess the slide was probably 2 years ago, so I think some of these numbers are gotten bigger. But I mean, if you just look at how much is in the commercial market right now, and there's some figures out there that are absolutely amazing in terms of how many registered drone pilots there are now. And but more importantly, we're going to really get into the savings aspect. I think one of the things that's important that we talk about is, we look at return on investment. We look at what we spend on equipment. We look at the reduced man hours. But we also need to talk about the safety benefit of using UAS. And Paul touched on that a little bit, and so did Anthony, about respect to, getting first responders off to the side or out of the road as quickly as possible. Or what about surveyors that are on the side of the road doing surveying work? We want to get them off, or overhead site inspections, things like that. So there's a huge safety benefit with respect to using UAS on surface transportation projects. So we're going to talk about that as much as we can today. So, on the ground, this is what we have. You have, certainly we have the aircraft itself, which is the airframe. Attached to that airframe is a payload. So there could be a camera, it could be a LiDAR unit, it could be a thermal imaging sensor, and we'll get into a little bit more about that. But I think the important thing is what happens on the ground with with human factors and the various roles that we play when we're out in the field. FAA Part 107 describes those roles very well. We have a pilot in command, we have a visual observer. But on large mission projects, you have a whole team of crew actually on the ground. Battery management, data management, making sure that if one aircraft is going up and after another, that we can swap out batteries. We need people to look at the data that we're collecting before we end the mission to make sure the data is good. We don't get all the way back to the office and all of a sudden realize we need to go back out again. So these are kind of all the factors that look at the what happens during a mission. The other thing that a lot of DOTs have standard operating procedures for how they operate, how you plan your mission. There's the other factor is, I guess, post-flight operations, pre-flight operations, a whole checklist of items. And I would encourage you to develop those, and a lot of DOTs are willing to share as well. So this is just one example of what we can do to deliver mapping with using UAS. And with LiDAR, we can develop point clouds, and we can come up with some fairly accurate ground images and topography. Vegetation is not necessarily an issue so much anymore. Like, the way we used to do, go out and surveying, and we can go out and survey a very large area in a day, which with traditional methods could take weeks. So we can develop those orthomosaics, so those digital elevation models, and we can actually come up, if we have ground control points, we can do contours and develop 3D models and things like that. And so it's very good with mapping. The other thing is, think about, this is a project, and this is Eagle Canyon Bridge in Utah, Interstate 70. And this is a traditional bridge inspection project. And a lot of that involves lane closures, workers exposed to traffic, and snooper trucks, which are expensive. And what we found is that UAS does not replace all of those traditional methods, but it certainly is a good way to augment and get to areas that we can that are difficult to reach, and whether it's snooper trucks or have to belay with ropes and things like that, and actually look at all the fracture critical elements of a bridge. And so with UAS, we found that there's a lot more efficiencies, there's a lot more data that's gathered, and so it's a really good supplement to the traditional methods. And this is just a comparison of cost, okay? I mean, you can actually get through that bridge inspection. This is a case with Michigan DOT, where they're actually able to save almost 75% on a typical project. And so, just some of the benefits there, and the data quality is so much better. We'll get into that a little bit further. Think about looking at construction projects and looking at cut and fill and measuring things like stockpiles and quantities. Think about if you're trying to just look at traffic management, and typically we would drive through it or we'd walk through it. We can very easily fly over it now and look at the project. Just simple examples like silt fence. I mean, after a big storm, silt fence is blown out. Traditionally, you had inspectors that had to go out in mud boots and walk the whole line and look. Now we can fly a drone and come back in just a few minutes and see what areas need to be repaired and things like that. And so there's just so many simple saving points when it comes to this. So I think it's really proven itself with construction inspection. And then the other thing is pre-construction. So if you're doing a site analysis, and I'm going to just give you a quick video here. This is actually in Davis County in Utah, and this is a mapping of the new alignment for the West Davis corridor. And it goes along some areas where there's some wetland and some other areas. And so when we're trying to choose that alignment, we're trying to look at this brand new greenfield project. It's really helpful just to kind of get a feeling for what's on the ground and be able to take that back. And then, everybody can sit and look and kind of decide, what do we need to do in terms of this project, and what does that mean in terms of environmental factors. The other thing is emergency response. And here we had a case where we had Hurricane Florence in North Carolina, which you may have heard of. I mean, a massive amount of flooding all over inland, and it affected lots of communities. I'll just give a quick video right here. Whoops. I go back to that. Let me try that one more time. Sorry. It doesn't want to play. Go ahead. Is that you, Lisa? Could you play the video. Okay, here we go. So, you know, when Hurricane Florence hit North Carolina, it was devastating. I mean, this is Highway 12 on the Outer Banks, completely buried the road. There were a lot of areas that are affected, you know, inland, where you know, essentially people were cut off from communities. And really, the responders to this event need to know exactly where the biggest damage is, where they needed to concentrate their effort. And then one of the things we'll talk about a little bit more is how do you use UAS with emergency response in situations like this? Who's in control? How do you set up your command centers? How do you get that information back out to the public and to the people in for instance, in the governor's office who declared state of emergency and want to know what's going on? How are we going to get things back to normal? So for the sake of time, I'm going to go ahead and skip to the next slide. So the other thing we're going to talk about is traffic incident management. And one of the things we're going to talk about also is the whole reconstruction process after an incident. And certainly we can collect the data much quicker with using UAS. And again, we don't want to just think about the dollars and cents here. We want to think about safety. We want to think about those first responders. The other thing we want to think about is and remind ourselves is the quicker we can clear up an incident, the likelihood of secondary crashes decreases considerably. And I forget what the number is, but I think for every minute, it's a 2.8% increase in secondary crashes. So, and then there's also the economic cost of having a lane shut down, and you know, you've got goods and services and people trying to get to and from work and things like that. So there's a huge impact there. So this is, you know, these costs here are just for the traffic incident unit itself, but there's other factors as well we need to consider. So circling back to everyday counts, we at Federal Highway look at different ideas, innovations, new ways of doing business, and new technologies. And we try and look at how we can apply those to surface transportation projects to increase those efficiencies and reduce cost and add quality to the data that we're collecting. In this case, I just mentioned construction inspection and structural inspection, emergency response. And so we as an agency, what we've done is we've looked at these mature use cases, and we've done peer-to-peer, and that's what we're doing right now. We're having a state-based workshop, but we also, I'll talk a little bit about some of the other things that we're doing as well. But for now, these are the areas, this is sort of what we considered the low-hanging fruit, if you will, with respect to how we can use UAS on projects. We have done quite a few webinars to kick off Everyday Counts Round 5. We have some technical briefs, and I'll show you where those are in just a minute, but those, you might want to download those and look at those, and I'll show you where you can get that. Right now, we're having a local workshop. We're planning on having some peer exchanges in the future, so more to come on that. Just stay tuned. So, but this is kind of how we facilitate this exchange. When we look at an Everyday Counts initiative, we try and look at the various stages of development and where folks are at, where DOTs are at. And so there may be something, maybe exploring or developing, but we look to help states come up with a path to institutionalization. And so, you know, that's kind of where, you know, we monitor and measure that as we go through the 2-year cycle for Everyday Counts. These are just some of the things that we looked at with DOTs and some of the things that we found as successful practices. And one of them is, how are you organized? Do you have a central person, a UAS manager, who kind of serves the rest of the department as customers, whether they're construction or they need a UAS for construction or structural inspection or traffic incident management teams. And it's really critical that you have executive sponsorship from the top of the organization that says, yes, this is the direction we're going to go. In terms of procedural, I just mentioned that standard operating procedures checklist. risk management, safety management, things like that. How are we going to be in compliance with FAA requirements as far as working with, if we are in controlled airspace, what's the process in terms of getting LANCE authorizations or COAs and things like that? And we'll talk about that a little bit. But what we're really trying to do is gather data. I mean, that's really what UAS is all about, right? We're trying to collect data. How do we manage that data? What systems do we use? How do we check for quality on the data? And then, how do we share that information too? We may go out on a mission for one purpose, but then we can, successful states that we found is that they find multiple purposes for that data, and they don't have to go back out and look for it again. With respect to training and credentialing, certainly Part 107 is, a good training background and requirement for actually using UAS for business purposes. And there's lots of training out there as well in terms of different stages, if you will, of how you can improve your the staff and ability to do work. So these are, if you go to our website, and if it's, the link is down here on the bottom, you can see basically FHWA.gov UAS, and you'll see some tech briefs there, and you'll see some upcoming webinars. So if you wanted to look at our website and see what's current, this is a good place for you to go. And then with that, I'm going to turn it over to Virgil.
All right, perfect. So as John mentions, our next presenter is going to be Virgil Coxon with the Arizona Department of Transportation. So Virgil is a U.S. Army veteran, an ASU civil engineering graduate, a father of 5, husband to wife Renee, and a manager within ADOT's engineering survey section. He's been with the department for 17 years and helped transition the engineering survey section's business focus to include the use of drones and supplementing data they collect to produce base mapping for the in-house and consultant design teams. So end users of their products and services come to expect quality and reliability within a reasonable budget. And with that, I'll turn the time over to Virgil.
Thank you, Paul. So before I get started, I just want to let everybody know that the images and the slides that were put together, I kind of borrowed those from other presenters from ADOT, including John Dougherty at the ADOT Communications, Abel Federico and Marty Leveille in Engineering Survey Section, Wayne Grimsley and Ramon Gama in ADOT Bridge Inspection, and then Jim Lemon and Tad Dominski in ADOT Geotech. So, and then Jennifer Catapano, she helped me with putting slides together and making them make sense. So the Arizona Department of Transportation, the agency drone program, I'm just giving you a snapshot of what we've got to date with regards to where we're at and how we've used drones. ADOT has 3 areas that utilize drones to supplement their work: the engineering survey section, communications, and bridge group. So we're not talking about, when I refer to drones, we're not talking about the Predator drones that fire missiles. So no, that's not what we're doing. So the engineering survey section, they started back in May 2017 because ADOT decided to move away from the traditional surveying that John Haynes kind of was talking about. We delivered our last photogrammetry and mapping project in March 2017, and then we purchased a drone through a stick grant in May 2017. We had 2 Part 107 FAA certified pilots by June, and then started flying projects in July 2017. As of January 2021, they completed 640 total drone missions and operated 4 different drone platforms. ADOT Communications, they started very similarly. They had a stick grant in mid-2017. They purchased their drone in early 2018. Ground school training in 2018, and then they had 3 Part 107 certified pilots by July 2018. And then bridge inspection and geotechnical, they started with a stick grant in March 2018. They had 8 drones they purchased in March 2018, and they had ground school training in April, and they had 3 Part 107 certified pilots by May 2018. So the mission and goals: utilize drones as supplemental tool to collect data for creating maps, document findings, record construction progress, or inspect bridges and geologic hazards where access is very limited or deemed unsafe for employees. Drones are cost effective, easy to mobilize, requires less manpower, and often do not require traffic control. ADOT is evaluating the potential uses of drones and is excited about this evolving technology. So some of the field documentation when the guys go out in the field, and this is irrelevant of the section that's doing the flying. We do flight planning before we go out. They look at the sectional charts. They do a pre-flight checklist. They look at the flight logs and inspections. There's a certificate of insurance, airspace authorization, and then there's duplicate FAA Part 107 certificates and the drone registration they bring when they're out in the field flying. So some of the sample projects that we're going to take a look at, but first let's take a look at the quality. On the right, you've got a Google Earth image, and then on the left, it's the same image that's captured with ADOT drones. So you can see the high resolution versus low resolution of something that's readily available, but it doesn't give you the same quality as what the drone is or provides. So when we take a look at roundabouts, studies have shown that roundabouts are safer than traditional stop sign or signal controlled intersections, primarily in injury collisions with fatalities. However, how do we know how they're operating? Unless somebody goes out in the field and kind of collects video, we wouldn't necessarily know how, for instance, 18-wheelers are navigating through roundabouts. This is State Route 260 at Cherry Creek. We actually went up there we were asked by the state engineer's office to collect several roundabouts videos for them so that we can give them to the traffic engineer so they can evaluate how they're operating. And so I drew an arrow to kind of show you some of the results that they've got with regards to how the 18-wheeler is navigating through the roundabout there. Here's I-40 Pine Veta Wash DTM. There's an ortho image and a point cloud. On the left is the ortho image, and on the right is the point cloud that got generated from it. So if we take a closer look at it, you can actually see the lightning bolts, the green lightning bolts. From my screen, you can clearly see the rumble strips. You may not be able to see them, but I mean, we know that they're there. You can see them. And then you can see the right-of-way fence, both north of I-40 and south of I-40. And then you can also see the approach slabs on the eastbound I-40, which is on the south, and the westbound I-40 approach slabs on the north. The northern ones are a little bit larger and they're not covered by asphalt, and the ones on the eastbound I-40 to the south, they are quite a bit smaller. They're about half as big as the ones in the north, and they are covered with asphalt. Hazmat cleanup, we worked with Ed Green in the environmental section. Somebody had taken some CRT screens from monitors, and they started dumping them on one of ADOT's right-of-way parcels. And so ADOT was looking to relinquish the property. They were going to sell it at auction. And in order to do that, they needed to clean that up. So we kind of created a DTM surface in order to initially give us an idea of how much quantity for how much cleanup needed to be done. And then we helped Ed with monitoring the cleanup process. So as they hauled off the lead glass, we were able to make sure that It was cleaned up. It was all cleaned up. Pavement inspection. Drone images help the engineering team evaluate its maintenance timetable based on a real-time assessment of existing road conditions. You can clearly see the cracks. There's thermal cracks as well as longitudinal from the pavement kind of deteriorating over the years, as well as the emulsified asphalt they were putting in the cracks to kind of help to stop that from happening. Here's a point cloud. I know district was looking at some of the cut slopes and how close it was to the clear zone and the recovery on I-17. Here's a patchy trail. We had some drainage issues with the undermining of the road as it was eroding. And there were several locations where we kind of took a look at some of the improvements that they were looking at doing to help alleviate the issues. Here's Pinto Creek, which again, I got this from the communications department, and they basically let me know that drone photographs offer views and perspectives that cannot be captured from the ground. This is absolutely true. ADOT right-of-way parcels. Here's a right-of-way parcel that shows the overall views of the property, including dwellings, improvements, and amenities. South Mountain Freeway at Australia Parkway. High-resolution aerial photographs commemorate the construction progress. Here's a Burrow Creek Bridge inspection. This is US 93 at milepost 139.07. And the bridge inspectors, they're looking for, is it patina or is it rust? Rust actually is bad. It could potentially affect the structural integrity of the members for the bridge, but patina is a normal oxidation process that's on the surface. So they're kind of taking a look at the bridges and making sure that, hey, we don't have any issues with any of the members that would potentially cause a catastrophic failure. Here's the CAP Canal intake bridge inspection. Beautiful area. The water is pretty. I'm pretty sure you can do some fishing in there. And then you can see that most of the elements, they're all brand new. There's not even a patina on any of the structural members, so you're in good shape. And then they move on. So Cottonwood Canyon Bridge, northbound, you can see, again, it's fairly brand new. There's not even any rilling that's done on the embankment on either side. So again, you're in good shape. And then they move on. So here's Central Avenue overpass southbound. It's actually being constructed right now, and it's fairly close to ADOT's headquarters area. So the drone images provide a visual reference for planning meetings with crews and subconsultants. Images also provide dated evidence of work completed. So when ADOT starts getting the invoices from the contractor, they can verify the construction complete. You can kind of see that on the left side of the bridge there, they're getting probably ready to pour the concrete for the new bridge deck. Fish Creek Hill rockfall. You can kind of see some boulders in the lower left-hand corner. There's going to be, the next slide will show you a blow up of that, which is here. And then you can see we drew an arrow to, I think it's Jim Lemon in ADOT's geotechnical group. There's 3 boulders that are probably the size of an ADOT pickup truck that's there. And you can see the terrain that they're dealing with when they don't have to walk around and try and figure out. They can use the drone to fly it around and get the images, videos fairly quickly. And then we can even generate DTM models and quantify how much dirt needs to be moved around. Here's a Flying V slope failure. It's an emergency project. Actually, we just got started. We're going to get started working on it here pretty quick. But you can see that the ground is kind of sloughing off. And again, Jim Lemon's in the picture, and he's kind of showing us the scale of how much dirt is kind of moving. Here's a Roosevelt Dam rock slide. This one, it kind of shows the propeller arrow point panel. We can actually slap those down on the ground. It's got a solar panel on it, and it runs off of that, and it'll log static data as it's laying there. We've actually found out through some testing that we did that they're fairly accurate. It'll give you good enough results once you post-process it for orienting your images to the real world. So some key benefits: leverage stakeholders' expertise and perspective, increases accountability of agency through transparent and open coordination, improves access to decision-making processes, resulting in the delivery of more efficient, responsive services, identifies synergies between stakeholders to drive innovation, encouraging integrated and comprehensive solutions to complex issues. If you have any questions, you can put them in the chat, or you can wait until the end. And again, the slides are available for anybody that's interested in taking a look at them. With that, I'll turn it back over to Paul.
Perfect. Thanks, Virgil. Great presentation on what Arizona is doing. So our next presenters that we have are going to provide an overview of FHWA's EDC-6 Next Generation TIM Innovation Initiatives. So Paul Joden is going to be providing our first presentation on that. So Paul is a Traffic Incident Management Program Manager for the Federal Highway Administration, Office of Operations. Paul leads multiple nationally impactful TIM initiatives, such as the annual TIM self-assessment, the TIM data collection and use, and Everyday Counts Round 6 Next Generation TIM program. He contributes programs that advance national TIM responder training, local TIM programs, and new technologies for TIM. Paul joined the Federal Highway Administration in 2009 after a 38-year career with the Massachusetts DOT, where he served the last 12 years as the ITS Programs and Operations Manager. His responsibilities at MassDOT included managing the Traffic Operations Center, the Traffic Incident Management Program, service patrols, and various other ITS and emergency-related programs. And with that, I'll turn the time over to Paul to present.
Sorry about that. My mute button has disappeared on me. I'm not sure what happened.
Yeah, it sounds like we can hear you loud and clear now.
You can hear me? Okay. And I asked for control, but I don't know that I have it. I don't see my arrow buttons. I'm sorry. There we go. Okay. So thanks for having me, everybody, today. I really appreciate the opportunity to sit and present here and on explaining our Everyday Counts EDC-6 initiative. And first, I wanted to explain the difference between Everyday Counts 5 and 6, Everyday Counts 6. So 5, Everyday Counts 6 is for 2021 and 22. And the Everyday Counts 5 is still active because it's of COVID, basically, and the time lost with all the impacts that COVID had on the program. So we're kind of we're running concurrently, sort of, but not really interlapping with each other. I'm sorry, I'm having trouble with Okay, there we go. The next, I don't think I'm controlling, but anyways. So what is Next Gen Tim, our Everyday Count 6 initiative? We're focusing on advancing traffic incident management at the state, which we've been working with for many years. At the local, we work with local agencies, but we wanted to really emphasize, we think there's some more opportunity throughout the nation on interacting closer with the local community, tribal partners, of course, and then, we want to make sure everyone understands the opportunities and the value of working TIM on all roadways and some of the strategies and concepts associated with it has, been sort of misunderstood over the years with local. We're also integrating innovative, and that's what EDC is about, is innovations and on technology, data, and training, those strategies at state and local level throughout the country. So what is Next Gen Tim? The focus areas, we're focusing on local roads as I just mentioned. We were using the word arterial roads, but we think it goes even beyond the arterial, but mainly the focus is on arterials, the local cities and streets and towns. We've been very successful with the National Responder Training Program, having trained over 500,000 over the years since 2012. Arizona, by the way, was one of the leading agencies, leading states for our training. It has been with Tim and many other aspects, led by our good friend Jeff King here in Arizona. We've made a lot of progress with TIM data. Arizona also is a leading state with showing some great examples of how TIM data collection can be used properly. So we want to continue those initiatives that we've been, using in the past, but we also want to integrate the technology opportunities there are with traffic incident management. And those strategies are computer-aided dispatch integration. So we want to, one of the successful deployments of computer-aided dispatch throughout the country. There's been, we've seen success after success of when law enforcement in particular is integrated with the DOTs, oftentimes traffic management centers, but it doesn't have to be. Through our travels, we've seen the success of UAS, and we won't get too far into that today because you're going to be hearing about it a lot. So that was identified as should be part of our initiative. We see there's an opportunity there. Video sharing between TMCs and responder vehicles back and forth with each other. We know that there's a tremendous opportunity when you can actually see what's going on an incident scene when you're not there, for all the responder community, as well as the TMCs. And then the digital alerts, responder to vehicle alerts are included as well with the basically alerting the approaching traffic when a responder is stopped in the roadway or the side of the road. We expect that to be an innovation of the future and be utilized and connected in automated vehicles as we move forward. But for now, there's basically some equipment that you can put in a responder vehicle that will help with, respond, alert some approaching motorists when a responder is in the roadway. Responder safety is the first thing we say when we talk about traffic incident management. So for our initiative for this Next Gen TIM, 36 states have signed up to advance their traffic incident management program with everything I just explained to you. The ones with the little icon here, the little drone icon, or I'm not supposed to say drone, UAS icon here, is the ones that want to participate with advancing UAS for traffic incident management. So as you can see, there's a lot of interest in traffic incident management and advancing UAS for TIM. I will say, actually, Virginia has signed up, and a few of these other states like Wisconsin, Minnesota, Pennsylvania are advanced traffic incident management states. So they're already doing a lot of cool stuff. So traffic incident management and advancing traffic incident management is alive and well throughout the country. So I just wanted to make you aware that we are close to being able to post a UAS permit that we put together. We had a consultant do some research on the state of the practice and what are the opportunities, best practices, case studies on UAS for TIM, and that's what, you know, that hopefully that will be, I'll have approval to post it within the next 2 months or so. We also have a technology module that is going to be a brief training module that will be a supplement to our national training program as well. The crash UAS for TIM, as you know, throughout the country has been is being used for crash investigation, but we think there's other opportunities: situational awareness and detour route monitoring, incident verification, queue detection and monitoring. Queue detection is where we know the highest queue at the end of the queue is the most dangerous area in a crash scene. So outside of the crash scene itself. Anyways, there's a lot of opportunities, and we're seeing people start to use that. It's just in the beginning stages. We have a handful of states and examples, and we're hoping that we can expand the use for TIM outside of crash investigation while advancing the use of the UAS for crash investigation. As you see, what we've heard throughout the nation in our research and in discussions with everybody is that there's a significant reduction in clearance times when the crash investigation is utilizing the UAS technology. So just some quick highlights. UAS, the service patrols. We heard on a call, we've done kickoff calls with all the states that the service patrol vehicles actually have UAS. They carry UASs. All the operators for the service patrols are certified pilots. We're still getting to the bottom of what exactly that, how they, what they're operationally, how they use it and how they document it. But we think there's the use outside of crash investigation. Although I do think part of it is for the documentation of the crash scene. The Utah Patrol is using it for crash reconstruction, as we're seeing with many state patrols and state police throughout the country are using it already. As I say, we're looking to drill down into the locals as well. Thought a pretty cool use we heard from Puerto Rico on using the UAS for training. We have a very aggressive national responder training that we have been pushing for a number of years now, and Puerto Rico had taken the drones in order to get footage to show the responders and how they set up a traffic scene, how they did with some of the drills that they were conducting, and we thought it was a great use. We actually saw this a few years ago. They started doing this as part of their training exercise. So, but they were also able to look at real time, real segments on using the drones and give information back to the traffic management center as well. These are some numbers from the Washington State Patrol. They seem to have a very strong UAS program for crash reconstruction. The economic savings are significant, but 80% reduction in road closure time is, that's what we were hearing. Although a lot of the programs that we talked to throughout the country won't, have giving us anecdotal evidence, but Washington State Patrol had actually hard data, and they were able to give us that 80% figure. So I won't read the slide to you, the rest of it, the information, but you can see that, the opportunities are significant, and I guess you already probably knew that. So, the benefits of using UAS, I guess you've heard that, but crashes that took 3 to 4 hours, some of the anecdotal information we've heard in our discussions throughout the country. Crashes that took 3 to 4 hours to do the reconstruction, do the measurements, we're down to 20 and 30 minutes. The average flight takes 15 minutes, reducing traffic backup for hours. So more accurate than manual methods we've heard. The cost savings will, is right there on the slide. We heard that from one of the folks we talked to. 7-minute flight over a 3-acre scene, and a reduction in mapping time 75 to 80%. So you can't argue with those numbers, but basically that's anecdotal information that we received during the discussions with folks. There's our disclaimer that we don't, and I don't think I mentioned any trademark or manufacturers' names, but if I did, we're not endorsing anything. It's just sharing information. So that's our team, a federal highway team at headquarters. A co-lead with Jim Ostrich. We have a new member of our team, Joe Tebow, and we certainly are here to help with any issue that or question that you may have, as well as Mr. Jeff King here in Arizona. So thanks for your time, and I will hand it over to the next speaker now. Thank you.
Thanks, Paul. Great information. So our final presenters will be David Blue with the Arizona Department of Transportation and Mark Brown with the Maricopa County Department of Transportation. So David Blue is the program administrator for the Incident Response Unit for the state of Arizona. He has 29 years of law enforcement experience. He began his career working for a municipal agency. In his last 25 years, he worked for the Arizona Department of Public Safety, retiring as a captain of the Highway Patrol, Metro Bureau, Central District. David believes in continuous actionable leadership and lives by the motto, mission first, people always. And then next, we're going to have, I'll read Mark Brown's introduction, and we'll turn it over for the presentation. So Mark Brown is currently the Regional Emergency Action Coordinating Team, or REACT Program Manager for the Maricopa County Department of Transportation. REACT is tasked with traffic incident management on arterial roadways in the Maricopa County and in several municipalities within the county. Mark has previously worked for the Utah Department of Transportation, or the Arizona Department of Transportation, where he oversaw the incident response unit that operates in the greater Phoenix area. Mark is a member of the 𝐂𝐳𝐃 TIM Coalition and an active TIM instructor. Prior to coming to the transportation, Mark served in a 24-year law enforcement career where he retired as a chief of police. And with that, I'll turn it over to David and Mark. Doesn't seem like we're getting any audio. And down at the very bottom of the screen is a mute button. You can hit that, or you can hold your space bar when you want to talk, but when you're presenting the whole time, that may not be the best option. There's also an arrow next to mute where you can select your microphone as well if it's on the wrong device.
Can you hear us now?
Yeah, loud and
Okay.
clear. Sounded
Yeah,
great.
apologize for that. We hit the wrong button several times there. My fault. Good morning, everybody, and thank you for having me and Mr. Brown, and welcome everybody to the conference. We're going to be talking about the next generation traffic incident management in Arizona, myself and Mr. Brown. Next slide here. We have a great team. We have Angela Barnett with professional towing, Captain Cartier with State Troopers, worked along with ADOT, our TOC, Mesa Fire Department, Donald Garcia, David Harden, and Melissa. She's here with us today. Luz Revio, Sarah Simpson, Marissa Walker, April Wine, and Jeff King. Outstanding help with the assistance that Jeff King provides us here. All right. The first thing we're going to talk about is establishing an integrated CAD between DPS. They've been working on that for ever since a couple of years now. And we got the next 30 days, we're going to have that CAD integration with DPS, Arizona Department of Public Safety, which is going to be significant time savings for the TIM model and getting that instant feed. And then we get that information out to the incident response units to respond accordingly. Trying to do some installation of pilot video feeds from response vehicles to operations centers. Mark, you want to talk a little bit about that on that?
Yeah, what it will do is it'll allow us to kind of expand our current camera systems. We're looking at cameras mounted on response trucks that are identical to those that we have mounted on poles along our roadways.
Thanks, Mark. We're going to try to meet and exceed the national goals. That's one of our goals this year round is related to the number of incidents and responders trained. We're also going to develop a method to share the 10 PM results with the responders and the agencies. And the last one is extremely important that we're going to be trying is exploring the technology to improve safety to include R2Vs and additional use of the UAS, working alongside with the Department of Public Safety for the traffic queues on the state highways of Arizona.
So the activities within Next Gen TIM, and I think you might have seen Paul's slide, looks very similar to this, but responder training, that is absolutely our first priority. We need to make sure that we're training all of the responders that are working in the roadway. And one of the things that Paul did mention earlier is that we need to expand this program to those arterial streets. Right now, we've got a lot of responders in the Phoenix metro area that really need this type of training. Also using TIM data, the crowdsourced and other data for better decision making. You know, what are the things that are working very well for us? What are those things that we need to work on a little bit more? Also, what are some opportunities out there with using data that we're currently not using? Expanding the TIM programs to all roadways, like I just mentioned, including the local roads. Very important because we know that in the Maricopa County area, we're about 65% of all traffic uses those arterial streets. So when we're loading those up with crashes and queuing those up, we're creating a whole new situation for those roadways and those communities. And then technology. There's a lot of great technology out there. It's underutilized, and we need to look at some opportunities in which we can capitalize on some of those technology pieces. And right now, several things are out there. Responder to vehicle, you know, expanding the camera systems, UAS. I mean, all of those things have great promise in moving forward.
One of the training responders we're going to revive, we have methods and number of responders to be trained in Arizona. Great number here currently, 22,500 responders. And this didn't count for the attrition. Training over the last year included and continued in regular in-person sessions, as well as newly developed live virtual training based on COVID and everything else that's going on in the country. Initial live virtual session was during the TIM Awareness Week last November. The training schedules that we currently have in registration at the email stated above there. Also, we're going to try to be doing some expanding outreach for the training and data businesses case to the responders.
using TIM data and crowdsourcing for better decisions. Currently, TIM performance measures do not include the RCT, ICT secondary crash data. It's not universally used the same way by everybody on the Arizona crash forms, meaning that law enforcement's not using it all or capturing it all the same way. So a lot of work needs to be done in that regards. We need to examine a sample of these crash reports and compare it to the database to find areas for improvement and make needed adjustments. We need to add the TIM performance measure flags to the ASIS, the Arizona Crash Information Crash Data Interface, to allow all users to access and create TIM data analysis. Currently, only Oro Valley in Arizona is using that. And then we need to put the data and findings in the hands of the responders who need it the most and help them do their job better.
Since the inception of the AIMS 10 program, state agencies and other key partners have TIM institutionalized within their transportation activities. The state agencies and key partners represent a minority of the responders in Arizona. One of the things is building new momentum among the existing active instructors, develop and the inactive and new instructor ranks with emphasis on local entities. The more people know and aware and educated, the better for everybody. Continue to promote this and to support the 𝐂𝐭 TIM Coalition Recognition Program, and encourage use of 10 PMs broken down to the local and discipline levels to educate them and inform them in principles.
We also want to, technology that's very underutilized right now, we want to complete this CAD integration project between ADOT and DPS. And as Dave Blue just described that as happening. I mentioned Oro Valley PD, they have integrated the TIM performance measures into their CAD system, making them more real-time and dynamic. That's very important. You know, we want to make sure that we're looking at stuff as close to real-time as we can. Explore how to use their experience to benefit the TIM program and how it might be used as a model for other agencies to kind of mimic. We want to re-examine the SPR 740 research and that explored the risk of secondary crashes. How would next steps lead to a predictive model for secondary hotspots? Video sharing. Currently, McDOT has a pilot program. We've asked for some stick funding for some cameras to be mounted on some of our responder trucks. Again, we're looking at two aspects of this. One is we can expand our camera system, bring our camera system to those rural areas where camera coverage is either very spotty or non-existent altogether. Secondly, we'd like to improve responder safety. If we can have cameras and someone from a TMC monitoring them, that's a whole new level that we've not had right now. We also want to explore the expanded use of unmanned aerial systems, currently used extensively for mapping incidents, and we saw some presentations on that this morning, but using them for queue monitoring, for training, recovery. We were able to make some very good videos for our National TIM Week last year here in Arizona through the Aztec TIM Coalition. And it shows actual closures in place. Very, very valuable to kind of give that visual to some people out there who aren't maybe familiar 100% with what we're doing in a traffic incident management environment. And we also want to look at when would be feasible, as well as when it may not be. When will that apply? When won't it apply? We want to make sure that we're following the rules and making sure that everybody's safe while we're doing those things.
And on behalf of the IRU team and the DOT team, React Manager Mark Brown, there's a copy of the slides or anything that are available. And we thank everybody for their time and participation. Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you, David and Mark. Great presentation on that. For now, we're going to have a question and answer section for the presenters that we've had this morning. So if you have any, let me look in our chat pod that we have here. Looks like for For Paul, we've got a question. So they're asking, is the Utah Safety Service Patrol part of the DOT or law enforcement? And also, do we know what they use the UAS for? For example, is it solely accident construction or other?
They are part of the DOT. They're typical service patrol. Most service patrols in the country are actually operated by the DOT. Although I know a handful are controlled by or operated by law enforcement. We don't know. The folks that were on our kickoff call, we're not part of the service patrol program, so they really didn't give us a lot of information, and we are getting close to finding that information, getting to the right person, so we can know better what exactly they're using it for. I don't think it's for crash reconstruction though, because that's the law enforcement does that piece of it. So sorry, I couldn't give you a better answer for that.
Perfect. Thank you, Paul. And the question was from Stephen Chesko. Did you have any other follow-up questions there, Stephen? So still helpful. Thank you. Perfect. Is there any other questions we have for presenters? For John, for Virgil, for Paul, David, or Mark? Go ahead and wait and see if anybody types anything in the chat pod. Looks like Jeff had a comment there about another presentation on Tim's from Utah on using UAS. So make sure you also join tomorrow.
I think we'll get a question answered tomorrow.
Yeah, and during that tomorrow, we'll have the presenters from today and tomorrow hopefully available, so you can ask more questions as well. But we definitely have some time for questions now. So if there's any that anybody has, please feel free to put them in our chat pod, and we'll get them answered for you. Maybe while we're waiting on there, if I have looks like we went to the polls now. Okay, let's go ahead and move on to the polls for the sake of time. So, all right, so before our next presenter, we'd really like to hear from you regarding what additional guidance would best help you with implementing UAS. And then also after that, we've got 2 questions for you here. And then what topics would you like additional guidance on? So again, the instructions on how to participate on these are on the top of the slide. If you didn't get that this morning, you're going to go to pollev.com/input, or you can also text input to 22333 and enter your answers in there. Right, it looks like leading here is our specific technical guidance related to UAS programs, which our next presenter is going to have some amazing and wonderful experience for you on that from the FAA. Samples of use cases, we're going to have plenty of those in the next 2 days as well, in addition to what we've already seen. Perfect. Thanks everybody for voting. I'll leave it open for just a few more seconds here. So yeah, it looks like specific technical guidance is definitely leading there. Examples, looks like in-person events to discuss or share experience is also up on the list, followed by business case arguments related, and then webinars or focused virtual events. Yeah, and those that are looking for webinars, as John Haynes mentioned, there's a great resource on Federal Highway's website there where you can actually see those webinars that's on there. And I believe there'll be more upcoming as well. All right, looks like far exceeding the others is our specific technical guidance related to UAS programs. So that leads right into where we're going to be going. Let's go ahead on to our next poll here. And let's ask, what topics would you like additional guidance on to best help with the implementation of UAS? Also, looks like John just posted a link to the Federal Highways resources there for you. And if we just have everybody post in here, again, that's pollev.com/input, or you can also text input to 22333. So post-processing looks high on the list. All right. 2 responses so far. Let's see if we can get some more in here. And these polls really help us to understand what the needs of our audience are. So we'd really appreciate the participation that we're getting. Information on new rules and regulations. Perfect. That will tie right into our presentation from David May next. Looks like there's a lot of interesting in post-processing and then also data processing. Startup hardware and required certifications, business cases. Okay, perfect. Let's go ahead and get started. So David May, as I mentioned, will be our next speaker to discuss the FAA's regulatory framework for UAS. So Dave is a member of the Federal Aviation Administration's Unmanned Aircraft Systems Integration Office, Safety and Operations Branch. He leads the branch's participation in the development of UAS restrictions over critical infrastructure in support of Public Law 114-190, Section 2209. Other duties include counter-UAS initiatives associated with PL 114-190, Section 2206. Before joining the UAS Integration Office as a federal employee, Dave provided contract support to the office's UAS test site stand-up effort as a subject matter expert. Prior to working for the FAA, Dave was the Senior Director of Operations for both manned and unmanned aircraft at the New Mexico State University, and during one assignment of his 22-year military career in the U.S. Air Force, worked in the FAA's newly established UAS program office. David is both a flight instructor and an air traffic controller. And with that, pleased to turn it over now to Dave for his presentation.
Okay, Paul, can you hear me?
Loud and clear. Sounds
Perfect.
Great.
Thank you very much. So I'm not going to use my camera because I've been having some computer issues. And if you think that you think the federal government has all of your money, you're wrong. So I wanted to. Well, first of all, let me say that I'm very happy to be here with you all. I spent a year living in Arizona, and it was I have wonderful memories of that time. So let's see here. Okay, there we go. So I've got a lot of material here and a very limited amount of time to go through it. Honestly, I probably have about 3 hours of material, but I do want to let you know that much of what I'm going to be talking about is on the FAA website. So if you Google FAA UAS or unmanned aircraft systems, you'll come to it. And it is, the FAA has really done a great job, I think, in putting together a incredible online system that covers a tremendous amount of material. So I really recommend that you go online and review that. So the first slide here is one that I think that you guys probably are going to be interested in, and that is as a state agency, what's the best way for me to operate utilizing a UAS? Is it Part 107, the small rule? Is it as a public aircraft operator? And kind of pros and cons to both. My personal opinion is that Part 107 is probably your better way to go. It reduces a little bit of liability for you. I will say that current FAA General Counsel's interpretation is that training missions by non-federal entities, I said non-federal entities, may be only flown as a civil operation. In other words, Part 107. So again, if you can comply with Part 107, in other words, if your aircraft is less than 55 pounds or less, if you're operating at or below 400 feet, you know, pretty much know all the guidelines, keeping it in visual line of sight. Again, Part 107 is probably the way to go. If you are interested in becoming or utilizing your aircraft as a public aircraft operator, I would advise you to review Advisory Circular 00-1.1b, which is entitled Public Aircraft Operations, and especially Section 9 of that document. Okay, so online registration. This has been around since December of 2015 is when the FAA came out and said, okay, model aircraft at that time, you're now required to become, you know, establish a registration, and non-model aircraft, in other words, commercial and public operators, came out in March of 2016. And for commercial operators, it applies to all aircraft. And if you remember, as a model aircraft or somebody flying as a hobbyist, you're really registering yourself. So you're getting your own number, and you can put this on multiple aircraft. But again, as a commercial operator, someone operating under Part 107 or a public aircraft operation, you need to have the model serial number, and that's going to differ across each of your systems. And you're going to register through the FAA's drone zone. Okay, so Part 107. Part 107 was really a game changer, and it came out in August of 2016. Believe it or not, the FAA actually started working on this document, on this regulation starting in 2006. And the reason I know that is because I was in the office, even though I was wearing an Air Force uniform, and I helped a little bit of work, you know, listening to discussions on it. And the reason it took so long is really, it was kind of a scoping issue. It was, you know, the FAA just could not get their arms around how do we scope this down. So they went ahead and put out the regulation, knowing that some of the information or some of the requirements weren't going to be met. So recently, actually this last year, there were some amendments that came out pertaining to Part 107. And so that's some of what this briefing is going to cover, is the operations over people, the operations over moving vehicles, and operations at night under certain conditions. And I do want to stress that these Part 107 amendments, they do not apply to public aircraft operations. So if you're operating under the auspice of as a public aircraft operator, you would still have to go through, you know, get a COA, certificate of waiver authorization, and get permission to operate what basically is Part 107 is allowing you to do right now. Okay, so this slide, I really like this slide. I think maybe because I'm a flight instructor, but I could probably spend, you know, the next 40 minutes talking about it, but we certainly don't have that amount of time. What I do want to focus on is the fact that this represents the National Airspace System, and the NASA is made up of two different categories of airspace. You have controlled airspace and you have uncontrolled airspace. Your controlled airspace is your class B, C, D, E, and A. Your uncontrolled airspace is class G. And the reason it's uncontrolled is because, frankly, the air traffic controllers, the radar just doesn't go down low enough. So pretty much throughout the National Airspace System, 1,200 feet above the ground and below is considered Class G or uncontrolled. If you look at the far left, you see the little depiction of I call it an obstruction. It's really a lighted tower, and you see the little UAS that's depicted there. So we know that Part 107 allows you to fly up to, or at 400 feet and below. But if you're flying in and around an object or structure, you can actually, as long as you remain within 400 feet of that structure, you can continue to fly higher. So in this case, that the obstruction extends up into Class Echo airspace, and that you would be authorized, as long as you stay within 400 feet of the top of that, you would be legal to do that. Again, operations in Class B, C, D, and E non-surface do require an ATC authorization, and those are available on the online portal, either through the FAA Drone Zone or through LANCE. And I'm going to be spending a little bit more time talking about LANCE, the low altitude authorization and notification capability. And I'm also going to be talking about the UAS facility maps. And if you're not familiar with those, just real quickly, they are a grid system that was worked on about 4 years ago. They're actually located at about 700 different airports now. And if you have a desire or you have a need to fly a UAS in and around an airport, and you look on the ArcGIS system, it's ARCGIS, and if you just Google ArcGIS, you could either Google UAS facility maps or UAS. You're gonna come to this site, and you're gonna be able to see the different UAS facility maps. And it's very helpful if you're flying at an airport or within a close proximity of an airport, you can quickly determine, okay, where am I going to be flying at and what altitude am I authorized to fly at? And if the grid that you're looking to fly out of is, let's say, for example, it's 200 feet, and 200 feet is going to work for you, then you can go through LANCE, and it's pretty easy to get authorization, much quicker than in the old days where it took forever to get authorization. Of course, if you're looking to fly higher than that, it's going to take longer. So that's what the grid system is, or the UAS facility map system. Okay, so recent rulemaking. I know there's a lot of interest. There's been a lot of activity, and there's going to be some more activity coming up. But let me get into this. So the first activity I'm going to talk about is probably one that has I would say it has a lot of interest, possibly the most interest. But it's actually called Part 89, and it's the remote ID. And what remote ID is, it's the ability of the drone to provide in flight, to provide identification and location information that can be received by other parties. And there you show it shows the dates. You can see that September of 2022 is a production compliance date. In other words, that's when the manufacturers of aircraft are going to be required to have in place on board the aircraft the ability to transmit this code, this remote ID. And then September the 16th of 2023 is when every user within the NASA is going to be required to utilize. Well, I say every user. I'll get into it in a minute here, but the armed forces, they're not required to use that. But as I said, this rule had tremendous interest. It was published in December 31st of 2019, and the FAA received over 53,000 comments in a notice of proposed rulemaking during the 60-day comment period. That's a lot of comments you have to go through and adjudicate and make sure that you fully understand what the public is saying. But certainly there was a lot of good information the public provided, a lot of concerns that the FAA took to heart. So why remote ID? Well, first of all, there was two main reasons that the FAA felt that remote ID was required. First of all, to distinguish compliant and non-compliant airspace users for safety and security of the NAS, and secondly, to take the next important incremental step toward enabling expanded UAS operations, such as operations over people, which we're going to be talking about, and beyond visual line of sight. So certainly, remote ID, there was a lot of discussion, a lot of people had mixed emotions on it, but I do think in the end it's going to be a valuable tool to ensure the safety of the NAS. And again, as I said, the armed forces are exempt from using this for various reasons. Okay, so this basically covers the objectives of the of remote ID, and I kind of covered that material. And the next slide I'm going to talk about getting into FHWAs. What is an FAA recognition? Recognized identification zone. I think I'm talking too long in my, there we go. Okay, so there's basically, you can think of it as three categories of remote ID. You have the standard remote, which is the default compliance. And that's, as I said, when manufacturers in 2 years, in September, will be required to, this will be a standard equipment. And then you have the remote ID broadcast module, which is a system that, a fairly inexpensive system, can be put onto your existing UAS or a home-built UAS, and it will, the module, the broadcast module will be transmitting the ID, the drone's location, and takeoff information. For the standard broadcast, it's going to be broadcasting the identification and location of the UAS and the control site. So slightly different there. And I also want to point out that the public is going to be available. This information, the public is going to have the ability to purchase a receiver, and this information is going to be available to anyone with that receiver, but only law enforcement is going to be able to associate the information in the FAA's database with the UAS RID information. So I want to point that out. In the next slide, I'm going to talk about a little bit more about the FHWA. So again, this slide just depicts the standard remote ID, the broadcast module, which would be something you would place on your existing aircraft, and then in this case, it's an RC aircraft, and the FAA recognition identification zone, or a FHWA. Now, I know there might be some confusion, and I want to make sure that there isn't, because there's still going to be what's called the model aircraft flying field or a flying site. Those are still going to exist, and there's basically in the UAS, or I'm sorry, in the US, there's 232 of those locations. And if you go into the site that I mentioned to you earlier, the ArcGIS system, you can actually see those depicted with a blue dot. And so there might be a little bit of confusion. There might be some of the FHWAs might actually become flying sites, and some of the flying sites might be simultaneously be a FHWA, but they are two different animals. whoops, I think I just skipped a slide. I'm trying to go back here.
You should be able to author your arrow keys if that's
Yeah,
easier
sorry
for
about
you
that.
than trying
Okay,
to
so
click.
that was okay. There we go. So that was slide 11. So okay, if you can go, let's see, go forward here. Somehow my slides got renumbered. I'm not sure how that happened, but okay. So it looks like all of my slides are now numbering as 11. I'm not certain how that happened, but so we're going to go to operations over people. Tell you what, let me just back up real quick. Paul, can you help me back up?
Let's see, I don't have control, but Lisa should be able to back up for you.
All right, sorry about that.
No problem.
Okay, I think there. So from there, let's see. Okay, so I've talked about this slide. If you can go to the next slide, please. Okay, so I want to point out on this slide that it is going to be required that applicants are limited to community-based organizations, and if you're not certain what that is, for example, the Academy of Model Aeronautics, the AMA, is a CBO, community-based organization. It's also going to be limited to educational institutions, so likely colleges, universities, and possibly even high schools. So if you can go to the next slide, please. Okay. So operations over people. So this slide is I felt it was important because obviously with the position you guys are in, you're probably going to be operating possibly over people. So I wanted to give you some takeaways. The operations over people final rule allows routine operations over people and routine operations at night under certain circumstances. The rule eliminates the need for typical operations to receive individual Part 107 certificate of waivers from the FAA. And I've got a few takeaways that I wrote here that I think is going to be somewhat valuable. So first of all, look at the new advisory circular 107-2A, Chapter 8, which was issued in February the 1st of 2021. Secondly, all Part 107 ops over people or moving vehicles fall within one of four categories, and each has different requirements. So categories 1, 2, and 3 are based on injury risk to people on the ground, and category 4 is based on the aircraft having a airworthiness certificate. The ops over people categories apply to Part 107 only. Categories 2 and 3 operation drones need a means of compliance or a declarations of compliance, and this would be something that the manufacturers would likely develop and provide. And then lastly, some operations over people will require remote ID as a prerequisite. So I went ahead and I thought those were some key points that I needed to try to condense and get to you. So we'll go to the next slide, please. Okay, operations over people. I'm sorry, operations over moving vehicles. So the final rule permits operations over moving vehicles provided the small unmanned aircraft operation meets the requirements of categories 1, 2, or 3, and as you remember, those were based on kinetic energy, the small unmanned aircraft must remain within or over a closed or restricted access site, and all people inside a moving vehicle must be on notice that the small unmanned aircraft may fly over them, or the small unmanned aircraft does not maintain sustained flight over moving vehicles. You may ask, well, what is sustained flight? Sustained flight includes hovering above any person's head, flying back and forth over an open air assembly, or circling above an uninvolved person. So that's a pretty good rundown of operations over moving vehicles. Next slide, please. So night operations. So this rule allows routine operations of small UAS at night under 2 conditions. The remote pilot in command must complete an updated initial knowledge test or online recurrent training, and the small unmanned aircraft must have lighted anti-collision lighting visible for at least 3 statute miles that have a flash rate sufficient to avoid a collision. So we know that whenever you get your UAS certificates, you need to have you need to take your initial remote pilot test. But once you take that test, I think people are going to be interested to know that once you have your certificate, then it's going to be free after that. So if you can go to the next slide, please. Okay, so the final rule updates initial remote pilot knowledge test to include operations at night knowledge area. Additionally, the final rule replaces the requirement to complete an in-person recurrent test every 24 calendar months. The updated requirement is for remote pilots to complete online recurrent training, which will include an operation at night knowledge area. The online recurrent training is offered free of charge as of this past April the 6th. So I'm certain that's good news for a lot of UAS operators. In addition, small UAS operators must have their remote pilot certificate and photo identification in their physical possession when operating, ready to present to authorized individuals upon request. So that is a new requirement. Okay, so next slide, please. So I just mentioned a minute ago that if you already hold a small UAS certificate, you would be able to take the test, take a recurrent test for no cost. And so if you focus on bullets 2, 3, and 4, that's really what I'm saying here. And if you go to the FAA safety team, and that's called the FAA-ST-EAM website, it'll describe and tell you how to go find this test to do it at no cost. You can also go to FAAsafety.gov. All right, so next slide, please. Okay, so this slide just gives you the dates of the operations over people implementation. Next slide, please. And next slide, please. Okay, so I think this is one of those slides that I would probably print out and keep handy, because I think it's pretty valuable and useful in just seeing what some of the requirements are. So one way to think about UAS operations is to think in terms of aircraft, pilots, and airspace. And this slide provides a summary of the constraints or requirements depending on the type of operation. So next slide, please. And for some reason, if you can just through the slide, it seems like it takes a while to load up, but it's a valuable slide. I think it gives you some examples of UAS operations, and it's always helpful to understand and say, okay, if I'm going to be doing this type of operation, what what potentially, how could I operate, or what rules could I use to operate? Next slide, please. Okay, so FAA waivers. I know there's always what it can do. Waiver is an official document issued by the FAA which approves certain operations of aircraft outside the limitations of a regulation. So it's important to understand that if you can't comply with a regulation and you submit a waiver, you need to make sure that you are explaining how you're going to go about accomplishing this in a safe manner. So a waiver is issued when an applicant can demonstrate safety mitigations through equipage, technology, or operational parameters. So I've had people submit waivers, and I've looked at them, and it'll say, well, I want a waiver for this regulation, but they don't go out and they don't specify how am I going to safely do this. And the FAA is never going to lower the safety standards just because someone requests that. So next slide, please. Okay, so this is a slide that I think is pretty useful. If you're looking for a waiver, you can possibly utilize this to see what regulations you might need a waiver from. Next slide, please. So how do you apply for a waiver? Well, again, if you log into the FAA's drone zone, it's going to it kind of walks you through it. But if you really want to know a lot more information, if you go to the next slide. So if you go into the FAA's website, and if the UAS website, there's a number of webinars. There's some really fantastic sources of information. There's Kevin Morris is an FAA employee who's done a fantastic job in putting out some webinars that really do a great job of explaining all the intricacies of getting a waiver and what a waiver is. So next slide, please. And next slide. Okay, so obviously, there are emergency situations come up, whether they be natural disasters, whether they be terrorist activity, and the FAA is always willing to accommodate those types of operations. And we actually can do it through what's called a Special Government Interest, SGI process. Next slide, please. So the FAA's System Operations Support Center is a 24/7 office that is manned. And at any time, if you send them an email and you say, here's my situation, I need to be able to operate, they're going to respond to you pretty quickly, if not immediately. I will say that the key is to not wait until you have a need, whether it be a natural disaster or an emergency, to begin your UAS program. So make sure that you already have, if you're operating as a public aircraft operator, make sure you have a COA. Make sure that if you're operating as a 107 pilot, that you have a current certificate, and you're ready to operate. So next slide, please. So if you have more interest, or if you want to learn more about this, if you go to Joint Order 7200.23 Bravo, it's really going to provide you with some helpful information. Next slide. So across the country, across the United States, there are something like 19,000 law enforcement agencies that have aviation programs. And the FAA has worked very, very hard to educate all these law enforcement officers. And it's, we've had month after month after month, year after year, we've done outreach, whether there be webinars. Sometimes we've had as many as 800 people on a webinar. But we also have what's called the Law Enforcement Assistance Program. And this is made up of 14 individuals, and their full-time job is to assist, help law enforcement whether it be in enforcement or just understanding the rules. So it's probably of value to know who your LEAP agent is. And if you send an email to LEAP, LEAP at FAA.gov, you can, if you you can probably Google it, but if you want to make contact, you could also send an email to that site, and you'll quickly be able to find out who your LEAP agent is. Next slide, please. And next slide. Okay, so integrating a new entrant like UAS into the National Airspace System challenges existing processes, procedures, and policies. That's pretty obvious. The FAA's approach is therefore incremental, collaborative, and holistic. Next slide, please. So as we move from left to right in this use case UAS integration strategy chart, you can see that the more complex or higher risk the operation, the higher the level of safety that needs to be achieved. And enabling each operation becomes foundational to realizing the potential of advanced air mobility. And I'll talk about that here in just a couple of slides. But enabling routine, scalable, and economically viable beyond visual line of sight operations is the FAA's biggest UAS integration challenge at the moment. So if you go to the next slide, please. Okay, so I talked earlier about Lance, and I talked about some of the it's an incredible system. It's an industry-based developed application with the goal of providing UAS operators near real-time processing of airspace notifications and automatic approvals of requests that are below approved altitudes in controlled airspace. And as I said earlier, Lance is currently covering over 700 airports across the country. So it's really changed how operators get airspace authorizations, and I think it's really improved that process significantly. Next slide, please. And next slide, please. So UAS traffic management. So this actually continues to evolve. It's really a concept that is kind of is associated with how the FAA works manned traffic, which is the UTM process. But the FAA, NASA, and other federal partner agencies and industry are collaborating to explore concepts of operation, data exchange requirements, and a supporting framework to enable multiple beyond visual line of sight drone operations at low altitudes. In other words, below 400 feet, in airspace where the FAA's air traffic services are not provided. In other words, uncontrolled airspace. UTM is how airspace will be managed to enable multiple UAS operations conducted beyond visual line of sight where air traffic services are, again, not provided. Next slide, please. So I mentioned advanced air mobility, and this term has just recently come into play. Just a few months ago, it was called urban air mobility, and that still exists, but the term advanced air mobility is now being used because it isn't as restrictive as urban air mobility, and it covers a vast array of different types of operations, and it's really, I mean, obviously you can look at the pictures, you can see it's the future of a lot of types of operations. Next slide, please. I believe this is my last slide, but I think one of our biggest challenges, and actually what urban air mobility is, it's utilizing UAS to transport people, whether it be, like a taxi service, whether it be transporting people within a city or out to the suburbs and back into a city. But I think one of our biggest challenges with this is just building the public trust and making sure that our safety record is going to be required to be near spotless. So this concludes my presentation, and I guess we can open it up to questions at this point.
Thanks, David. Great information. So it looks like we do have a question from Virgil for you. He says, when someone submits a waiver, can we get more explanation on what's lacking from the request, like a handout or an example of an approved waiver?
So I want to make sure I understand the question. So if somebody is denied a waiver, you're asking, can there be a better explanation from the FAA?
Yes.
Yeah. So certainly you always have the option or the ability, or you should have the ability to say, can I get clarification on this? Can I get, why exactly was it disapproved? The FAA is going to be, they're not going to tell you, like all the regulations that you need to comply, that you need to get a waiver for normally. And they're also probably not going to give you options on how to comply, or at least how to ensure that the FAA is going to approve your waiver. I don't know if that makes sense, but in other words, if you say, I need a waiver for this regulation, the FAA is not going to tell you, oh, well, here's some options you could use to get that waiver. Is that helpful?
Probably not quite what we're looking for, but yeah, we understand what it is that you're saying.
So why don't you ask me, like, what exactly, and there also may be some value in watching some of the webinars that are on the FAA's UAS site to kind of walks you through, the waiver process, and because I think there's going to be some pretty good value in that. But again, if your waiver is disapproved, you should have the you should have the ability to get something from the FAA that says, okay, here's why it was disapproved, or here's additional information we need to consider.
Yeah, so no, we only got a form letter that said, hey, it's been denied. We weren't given any criteria or any recommendations on how to improve the request. We did resubmit. We added some information to it, resubmitted, and it was denied again. And again, we got the same exact form letter. And so from our standpoint, it's like, hey, look, we know you give the waivers, but, trying to get a copy of, maybe we're missing something to put into the letter, the request, but it wasn't helpful what we got back. And then when you try to call the number that's on the letter of denial, there was nobody answering the phone. So we left a message and then nobody ever called back. So it's almost like there's this black hole of, hey, you're not doing it right. Good luck next time.
Yeah, I feel for you, and it's unfortunate, and it shouldn't be like that, because are you familiar with the FAA's representatives they have in the different regions?
Yeah, but you guys change. It's like a revolving door. You might know somebody today, then tomorrow they're different. It's a different person.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of times people are in place for a number of years, but certainly that does happen. I mean, you're welcome to, you're always welcome to send a question, or ask, or send it to the help desk that's under my name there, and say, can I please get a written explanation of why my waiver was disapproved, and what I can do to, what process do I need to go through to get it approved?
Yeah, I'm just wondering why that isn't part of the process when you guys reject it, because I'm sure that I'm not the only one that's filed for a waiver for something and then got declined, and we get a form letter, and then in the form letter it doesn't specifically state, hey, these are the 5 things that you need to do when you're flying over. If you're looking for a waiver to fly over people, or this is what you need to do in order to fly at night, or this is what you need to do to fill in the blank here. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I do. And honestly, I thought that was part of the process. But again, the FAA is like 40,000 people, so it's hard to know which office, what processes and procedures are being applied. I can tell you that, when people have questions about UAS and they call the help desk, I get a lot of emails or a lot of phone calls from people when they went through the help desk, and I try to sit down and understand what they're asking for. And again, I thought the team that works waivers, at least to my knowledge, they would be available to answer questions. Now, maybe it's maybe the fact that we're mostly teleworking these days. I don't know. I can't answer the question for another office, but that is unfortunate. And again, I would recommend that you contact the UAS help desk and just say, can I please get help in figuring out who to talk to on this?
All right, David May said.
Yeah, well, that's fine.
Got it.
I mean, I'd be okay with that. But I mean, you're like the rest of us. We're all taxpayers, and we want our government to be there to help us. So a lot of times I'll call people. People will call, and I'll call them back, and they're surprised that I call them back. That I called them back, and I'm like, well, why not? You deserve a response, even if I can't give you the answer you're looking for.
All right, thank you, Dave. I'm good.
You bet.
Yeah, thanks, Dave. I think we had a few more questions, but unfortunately, I think we're up against the time clock here. So if you do have these extra questions, if you could just send them to Dave at uashelp@faa.gov, then I'm sure they can respond that way on there as well. And great presentation, Dave. I really appreciate you taking the time out to come here and participate in this workshop.
Yeah, thanks. I'm not certain why I was having a little bit of computer issues there, but I appreciate your help in advancing the slides.
Yeah, we're glad to help. Sorry for the issues there. Okay, so next on here, we've just got a couple more polls for you. We'll go through these quickly since we're getting close to our time here. So we've got 3 different questions as part of this. So again, on your instructions are the top, pollev.com/input. And the first question is, do you or your organization currently use UAS technology? Okay, perfect. Looks like the majority, 81%, are currently using it, with 19% not. So perfect. Let's move to the next question, which is going to be, what is your primary motivation for using UAS? Okay, it looks like the majority increased productivity, which I've found as well, and safety, saving money and facilitate data shortage. All right, perfect. And for our final question, what use cases are you considering as part of your UAS program planning? And go ahead and select all that apply. Okay, looks like survey and mapping is leading, but all use cases are typically coming in there. Even some others. This is great. Getting quite a few responses. Perfect. Thank you, everybody. I appreciate that. All right, for sake of time, let's go ahead and move on. And for our next presentation, I'm actually going to be presenting on that, and it's how to start up and grow a UAS program. And I can kind of talk to some of the things that I've found over time too on some of your questions you may have had on the last one as well, on waivers and some other items. Okay, perfect. Okay, so I'm going to go over these kind of quickly. I've got 30 minutes, actually a little less now, on here to go through these, but these are some of the topics I'm going to cover today on it. So really it's how to start up and grow. I'll probably focus more on growing because it seems like most everybody's already got their program running. There's a few that maybe haven't, so we'll touch on those briefly, but a lot of this all compounds into the same items, so it will actually be beneficial for both items on these. So again, we'll kind of go over an overview of UAS. I'll brief on there, how to get executive support, the organizational structures, which John covered a little bit already there. FAA regulations, we just had a great presentation from Dave on that, so I won't touch hard on there. Also policy and procedures, how to get good public relations, what platforms you want to look at, what your goals are, training, your risk management, fleet management, pilot and data, and then also how to innovate, integrate into your organization. All right, I'll just skip over our learning outcomes. Again, I'll be providing this presentation for everybody, and so you're welcome to have this. So as you'd seen from a lot of the presentations that we've already had, we're getting amazing return on investment. Not only that, but we're getting a lot of safety. I believe we've already saved lives. I know when I was at Utah, I'm already seeing that. We're not having to be out on the road. We're not having to set up traffic control. So there's a lot of savings associated with that. As you're getting started or even growing, I think the first thing you really want to focus on is what are really your goals for that. And sometimes your goals may change. So is it really to increase safety? Is it efficiency? Is it just helping out with existing tools that you already have? So always keep your goals in mind. That is the first #1 key for this. And that is what's going to decipher and determine what you're going to do with your platforms and everything else that you're going to be doing for your program. Next on here really is who's going to lead that program. Is it someone that you already have existing within their program that has a passion, a champion for this? Or do you need to hire somebody? And what skills are you going to need for that? Make sure that they understand a lot of these complexities within your organization, and also the aviation piece of it as well, or tie in some of your other aviation or aeronautical divisions experience as well to help with that. And the next key piece there is your organization. And I'll get into those a little bit more as well. So if you're looking, first of all, and this goes along from starting your program as well as growing it, is you need to have that executive support at all times. If you're starting to fail at that, you know how things go. You're not getting the budget that you need or the support that you're also needing to grow this program. So really the ways to get this executive support are really identify what your costs are and your benefits for those UAS. If you don't have those, there's many use cases around that people have already documented across the nation and even internationally that you can utilize. Federal Highway is a great resource for that. Understand the structure for your program and make sure when you're doing your structure that you're also contemplating what it's going to be as you grow, which we'll talk about that in greater detail as well. And we mentioned the champion. Make sure you have somebody that has a passion for this, that understands it and also understands what implications can happen if it's not managed properly. Because if one of these aren't following the rules and other things happen, it can be catastrophic for not just your agency, but for everyone that's wanting to use UAS across the nation. So we're all in this together. We really need to make sure that we're following those rules and doing those things to make sure this is a safe, economical tool for us, because it is such a wonderful tool, but we need to make sure that we're utilizing that and perpetuating the information out to the public. And the other piece is, what are use cases that you're going to use? And again, these grow over time. As you're getting your program, go talk to some of your different agencies and say, what are you doing and how can I help? And this is where your champion can come in, especially as you're starting to grow this and operations are becoming more and more. And you want to find these little niche areas where they could be useful and also save a lot of time. The other part, when I was in Utah, you can get in trouble on procurement very easy if you're not following the rules. So make sure you understand the procurement rules, what you need to do to purchase those, who's are on your contracts, and how that's going to grow. And also, we're going to get into fleet management a little bit later. The key there is when you're managing that fleet and you're also purchasing, and make sure that you've got a procedure for those to go through, especially as you're growing it. Because if everybody's going out and buying their own platform, sometimes it's very hard to manage that. And sometimes the software and tools and data processing may not always work as well with one platform as it will with another. Or maybe those cameras aren't sufficient for the use case. So it's very good to have good communication and understand those goals. And I'm going to keep going back to that goals because that's really where it ties into. With that comes in your training. Want to make sure all your pilots are trained on how to do things properly, how to do a risk assessment, how to fly, know the platforms, and be proficient on what they're doing as well, and then report all that back. These are really those keys to get that executive support that you're going to need as you grow this program and as you're starting them as well. When you get these determined, you have a good packet to take into there, and you can show how beneficial it will be for the organization, and then also broadcast too what some of the risks are associated with that, so they can see you've looked at the whole picture. That's going to really help you as you propagate and go through this. So let's really get into our organizational structures here, and this applies just as much for starting as it does growing these. So where are you going to have these? Where's the program going to sit? Where's that centralized authority going to be? And as I'd mentioned before, if it's somebody within the DOT that maybe doesn't have a lot of aeronautical experience, make sure you're leveraging your aeronautics division or others with aviation experience, because you're going to notice a lot of this is going to be in the FAA's nomenclature. And some people don't understand that. When I was teaching a lot of classes to get Part 107 licenses, you'd find a lot of people struggled when you get into aeronautical charts and some of the other knowledge. So it's great to leverage that experience because they can help explain it to them a lot better. Also, try and get a dedicated funding source for your programs. If you're just starting, as other programs had mentioned earlier in the presentations, you can get funding from STIC, but you also need something to fund it afterwards. You're going to have maintenance, you're going to need to get batteries, you're going to need to get props and start to grow that program. So if you can get a dedicated funding source up front and have a budget for these items, that's going to only help you rather than trying to beg, borrow, and steal as your program goes on of maybe year-end funding or others. That's what I had to do. It sometime was when I first started our program was to use year-end funding, and it was a great source. But as our program grew, I really needed a dedicated funding source. The other thing is really as you get knowledge and experience going through your organization, make sure that you're sharing that across your organization. That way your pilots can learn from each other, have meetings together, have learning opportunities, and grow as an organization together with UAS and learn some of the pitfalls and mistakes that others made. So the other pilots in your organization don't make those same mistakes. And then as you're doing that, really find out what works efficiently, what doesn't work efficiently. Get your fleet management in there, have some risk management through that. That's what's really going to help as you propagate this forward. So here's just some quick samples of organizational structures and what they look like. Some people have it under their division of aeronautics. We originally in Utah, when I was there, had it under our innovation area, and we changed that and it went under our division of aeronautics, and that's where I sat for a while. And then from there we had our full-time UAS pilots. We also had our functional pilots in there, and then when we needed help, we supplement that through consultants. So this is one program structure, and sometimes this works well for some organizations, sometimes it may not work well for others. So here's another example under the DOT itself. Some people are doing the UAS program manager under there. Again, I think a training coordinator is great to have to help with the training, because you get so busy as these programs grow as a program manager that it's nice to have somebody to help you with training. And then again, in your functional areas, if you've got surveyors or bridge inspection or your incident management, have those pilots in there. They know their job, and help them understand how to use this tool better for that. And that's where it's going to go. And then when you get some of those projects that are maybe more difficult or the risk is higher, that's where it may be viable to go and get some of these supplemental consultant pilots to help you on that first project, or train you on the way, or even do that for you. But it's just another tool that you can have. Another agency structure here is a centralized, and some are doing this where they have a central organization that does all the UAS areas. It's its own entity, and they're doing all the flights for everyone else. So that does work well for some others, but I have seen some issues as those programs start to grow with those, because the pilots are great at flying, but sometimes they don't always understand the jobs as well as some of those that are doing it. And this goes into play like in your bridge. They don't understand all the intricacies of the bridge. Now, if you have a bridge inspector there that can tell them, that can work well, but some of those other items that may not work as well, and it really depends on what your goals are, again, for that data and how that's going to work. On the FAA regulations, we've already heard some great information for Dave. I've got this slide in here. I just made a quick little comparison between 107 and public aircraft. Since Dave has gone over it, I'll skip that and get into some of this other information. So let's talk about your policies and procedures. And again, as you're starting a program or as you're growing it, you want to revisit these and make sure that you're updating them as things change. As you know, this technology is changing very rapidly, especially as advanced air mobility comes into play. More and more operations are coming in. So have these items in your policy and procedures. Again, your organizational model, how this works. What are your acceptable uses for your program? What can they be used on and what can they not be used on? So it's spelled out there, and you have a policy to show all of your pilots so they understand what it is. Some people want to bring their own UAS to fly, but they don't understand if they do that, then a lot of times the liability may fall on them if something wrong happens. So put that in your policy. Make sure that that's in there, that it's probably not a good idea to fly with your own UAS. Make sure you're using a department aircraft. Also put in there pilots, what they're required to do. I would suggest having a 107 license. And then in addition to that, the 107 is only a written test, right? What you also need, in my opinion, is to have a practical test as well for all your pilots to make sure that they can actually fly, especially when you're some of these technical areas, when you're around traffic or you're near people and other things. It's good to know that they have the stick and rudder skills to be able to do that well. That's where your training and proficiency comes in. And again, in your procurement, know the policy so all of your pilots know when they want to get an aircraft, or your other supplemental divisions, they know what they need to do to get the aircraft so it doesn't cause problems. Because as you know, those problems propagate up. It goes to your executive leadership, and then you're having to justify why things went wrong. So if you've got that all spelled out in the beginning, or as you're growing, put these in there. It will help and make that more streamlined and more efficient. And then what's left out a lot of times is maintenance. So make sure that's also put in there of what you're going to do to maintain your fleet. This is very special as you're growing, because that maintenance becomes a big piece of that. How long do you keep your aircraft in the air? How many hours do you retire them and maybe put them in your training fleet? How well are they working, especially batteries? When you get so many cycles on these, especially if you're using, like you see in this picture here, a Phantom that has a single battery. If you have a battery failure, it's going to fall out of the sky. So it's good to know how many cycles and where those batteries are at. So make sure you've got a good maintenance program spelled on that as well. And I can't discount this enough, is make sure you've got good public relations. Plan for success. And this goes as you're starting a program and as well as growing. You're going to hear me like a broken record on this, but make sure the public knows what you're doing. If you just talk to them and say, this is why we're using UAS, it's saving us money. We're not having to close roads. We're not having to put up traffic control. When we were doing overhead sign inspections, we were saving $100,000, and we're not having to do them at night. So we wouldn't have to do traffic control because we could go from the side of the road and zoom in. If you put that out to the public and let them know those positive messages, why you're using them, they're more accepting. And then when they see them, they understand, oh, this is great. I'm not having to be impacted by this, but they're still doing the job. They're creating a safe environment for me and for the infrastructure. And it really helps for that. As Dave is talking about remote ID, this is where signage is going to become very important. So make sure you've got signage out there to notify people that you are going to be flying UAS. There was a lot of comparisons and other items in the early days, but now the consensus is make sure you've got your signs out there to just warn the traveling public and others that you are going to be flying. And the other piece of this too, and I can't emphasize this enough, is coordinate with your other entities. And what I mean there is your airports. Coordinate with your National Guard or your Air Force if you've got other bases around, your hospitals, your medical helicopters and other items, so they know that you're in the air and you can coordinate. So they can call you if they have a flight going out, and then you can get out of the air safely. It just helps. Even national parks, if you need to get permits and others, this is key to having those coordinations. And this is what also helps on sometimes with those waivers, because when they call these airports or others and say if it's okay for you to fly, if you already got a good relationship with them and your FAA office, it's going to help you get your waivers established so much better and faster and go through that. As we get into platforms here. So again, this is another item that I've seen pitfalls from people is they want to get a drone and they'll just go out and buy one before they've even thought about their goals. So make sure you understand what goals are and understand the strengths and weaknesses of your different platforms, whether it's a rotorcraft and it's a quadcopter or a hexacopter or an octocopter with the different performances. Understand these strengths. So with your rotorcraft, you can hover, right? You can take off vertical and landing. You can maneuver a lot better, but they do have some weaknesses, right? The battery life, they're not as efficient in flying. So understand the key of that. They are a lot of times a lot cheaper, but if you're doing large areas, that's where you get into some of your fixed wing platforms. Now, as we're seeing fixed wings, we're getting vertical takeoff and landing fixed wings, but again, they're very large. So think about this. If you're doing a big area, that's great. But if you're trying to take off in a city, like with this is a Wingtra. And this is one that we purchased in Utah when I was there. It did great. It took off vertically and landed vertically, but we still needed a lot of space. And not only that, it took a big pickup truck to carry it. So again, understand those logistics before you just go out and buy it, and understand what your goals are on these. And from there, the other thing too is on it, understand what sensor you need too, not just the platform themselves, but the sensor is another key item, because that's really what you're trying to do is collect the data itself. And there's a broad variety of sensors that you're going to have, whether it's a standard RGB camera, whether it's going to be thermal or LiDAR or multispectral. Again, look back to those goals, understand what your end goal is for that. Are you looking for delaminations of the bridge deck? An RGB camera is probably not going to be able to do that, where a thermal could under the right environments. Are you looking to get through vegetation? RGB camera can do great with structure for motion and create a point cloud, but what you see is what you get. With LiDAR, it can actually go through the vegetation, but again, there's different types of LiDAR sensors. Some will have multiple returns that can penetrate through vegetation where others won't. Some will have a lot of noise that's sometimes worse than what your point cloud would be with an RGB camera. So look for these different goals that you have, understand what you need, and that will help you pick your sensor. If you're looking for crop health or other items, that's maybe where your multispectral will come in. And what I don't have on here is the hyperspectral. It's going to be coming that can capture all those ranges, and it will be a game changer as time moves on. So since this is an introductory, I won't get into a lot of detail on these sensors on the program, but the other modules I typically do. As I said, I could probably spend a whole day or two on just each one of these items. So as we move on to this, if you've got your platforms, you got your other items, this is where you really want to get into your training items. And it's good to have training that everybody goes through, like a basic training that's required for all pilots. That way you've got a bar set at a certain level for all pilots. Then as you get into advanced operations, whether it's traffic incident management or it's bridge inspection, that's going to require a little more skills, have a specific class, advanced training for that. And make it fun for your people who are flying. It's great to have some of these advanced skills. Some people can do it, some people can't. That's where this good training environment is, to see who can handle those maneuvers that you have that are quite advanced, like flying your helicopters or other things. This is where it comes into play, and more considerations as you get into some of these advanced flying too. The risk goes up in some of these, and that's why you want to make sure that you've got the training and understand which pilots can handle this and which can't. And propagating through that also is very important, is to have a recurring training and proficiency program. Make sure that somebody's not just flying every 6 months or every 4 months, because they're going to lose that proficiency. Make sure that they're flying often and that it's fun for them to fly. Have an area that they can go to just go out and do some flying to keep those stick and rudder skills up, but also track that. This is where growing your program goes, is to make sure that you're tracking as you get more and more pilots. When I'd left Utah, we had 41 pilots. I believe they've added 10 or 15 more now. But as you're trying to track all those and figure out when everybody's license is expiring, this is where you want a good program or software to track all this, to know when renewals are coming due, to know when people are flying, when they've had their proficiency, when they're the right pilot for the job, understand what sensors and other items each person's proficient on as well. So just some key considerations to think about. As we get into some of the other pieces of your program, make sure you have a good safety and risk management piece to that. With that, that's doing your pre-flight mission assessments, looking at the site before you even go out there. Get on maybe Google Earth or take a drive out there, understand what obstacles you have, and put this into your policies that this needs to be done. Because when you get out on site sometimes and you're ready to fly, and you find out, oh, there's a substation here and it's affecting my radio and I can't even take off. Or maybe look at the airspace you're in. There's a lot of different pieces that it's critical to assess those prior to even going out there if you can, and have that part of your actual program. So it's done every time, and this will help prevent some of those incidents that you're going to have. The other item too is have a good risk matrix. That way, you know, every one of your pilots, everyone that's flying is on the same page and they're doing the same risk assessment for each project. I know it can be a little time consuming, but if you can get a software or create something to make that flow better, it can go quite fast. There's different platforms out there. I won't mention some of the software specifically, but there are a lot of options out there that you can use that has a risk matrix built into it. It also has checklists and other items. So you can do this very efficiently, and it's not too big of a pain for your pilots, but then you know everybody's doing the right things. Again, as we get into waivers, sometimes you're going to need those. There's a lot of operations that we can do under Part 107 or public aircraft operation. And a lot of times I'd suggest you maybe have both. That way you can fly under which one makes sense for your operation and for your goals. But you are a lot more flexible with 107 being able to use Lance and other things. So with these waivers, you can get them. What I've found on here really is to make sure you have a good safety case. That's usually what the FAA is looking for, is a good safety case. How are you going to do that safely? What are you going to do in the event of a loss of radio link? Or what are you going to do if you have a battery failure? Or these other things, think about it. They want to see that you have a thought process going into this of how you're going to do it safe. If you do that, a lot of times you will get approved. And then as we get into this safety and risk management piece further, it's nice to have a secondary set of eyes on it. That's where your final approval really comes into play there. And that could be your UAS program manager, or it could be another entity there too. But it's good to just have a second set of eyes, look at that risk matrix and make sure that you've got a reality check on some of those. We get into our fleet management. This is especially important as you're growing, right? As you get more and more aircraft, as I had 41 aircraft, it gets hard to track all those flights. This is where good software comes into play. This is where it can track these automatically for you from the telemetry data on those aircraft. It can show you where the flights are, what exactly was done, what the sticks were doing, exact moments in time, even what it was taking pictures of. It can tell you the health of the fleet, how your battery cells are doing, which ones are getting low on voltage and which aren't. What's the ones you probably want to throw those batteries away. And I can't tell you enough, if a battery starts to show signs of problems, just throw it away. It's not worth it. A battery might be expensive, they're $150, but if you crash one of those, it's going to be far more expensive than replacing a battery. The other piece of this too, as we'd mentioned with the other pieces to get your fleet so it's consistent across your organization, is make sure that you have compatibility of software and platforms. That way, if something goes down, you do have another option to replace that. So that can be a big problem on some of these fleet management softwares. They may support one type of aircraft, but they may not support another one. So something to look at when you're getting into fleet management, especially as you're growing. And I know I'm going fast, so I apologize, trying to get through this information as fast as I can. So the next piece here is our UAS pilot management. So I touched a little bit on here, but here's some considerations that you really want to get. Again, starting or growing your program is know their currency, what they're proficient in, okay, where their experience is at. Have this all in a list. Know what sensors, what other items, as I'd mentioned before, where they're good at. Are they good in really technical environments? Have they had experience flying RC helicopters and other things where they've really got good stick and rudder skills? This is what you want to know so you know the right person to put on a particular job, especially if an emergency comes up. Also, know their location around your state. What is their mobilization time to get to certain areas? And also, what is that safety record? Have they had a lot of crashes? Are they very safe pilot? And if somebody gets too many crashes, you may not want them to be one of your pilots, right? And then how well are they doing on regulatory compliance? And you can look at this from those logs. This all comes into play in one big system that's being tracked together. So you can look at this as from logistic area as a program manager. And this is what really helps you to keep your program running efficiently and smooth. As we get into some of the other areas too, and this is often overlooked, is your data management and life cycle. So again, you're going to see, I keep talking about this, but have that goal for your data in the beginning. That's the first thing you should want to know. Then pick what platform and other things. Then know how you're going to process it. What is the end goal for that data? Do you need a point cloud? Do you just need images? Are you looking for a thermal profile of that? Do you need multispectral imagery? Know what software you're going to use. There's a whole bunch of software platforms out there. A lot of them do one thing really good, and other ones do a handful of things really good. So it's good to know which different software works well for you, and then also the hardware to support that, whether it's going to be in the cloud or have a good computer that can actually process that. I had a cheaper computer that would take me a whole day to process something. When I got a better computer, I'd knock that down to a few hours for a 2,000 image job. So understand that on your life cycle. Know how you're going to transmit those things across your areas, whether it's in a remote area, if you're going to try and do it over a cell service, or you've got another piece transmitted that, whether it needs to go to a cloud, onto a server. And then from there, make sure that you're adhering in your policy for your privacy. And then also how long you're going to store those and retain them. Do you not want to store them very long? Do you need to keep them for historical data? And the other piece that I think is very, very important, since it creates such large data, make sure that you have multi-use for it. So have like an image server that you could put all this data in, create your own Google Earth, and then any of your people in your organization can utilize this imagery. Now, again, if that's appropriate, some of our incident management ones may not be appropriate where you want to share some of those accidents. But if it's just an aerial photo from your surveyors, put that in there. Have a good image server and everybody has access to that, and make the best use out of all that data. And that's going to help you increase your return on investment even more, and to help support your program greater than what you could just if you're using it for single uses. Your IT department's going to complain is you start filling up their servers. I know they did for me, but if they understand how many people are using that and their return on investment, it's going to help even more. And finally on here, here's just another graph on data management. So again, think about where you're going to store this. Who's going to have access to it, how those permissions are going to look, and what the life cycle is people are starting to get rid of 2D plan sheets and making the 3D models. We need better 3D data. UAS can provide that, but make sure you're getting a good data management piece in there for all these different things. Know what you're going to do with your hardware, like I mentioned, computers or clouds, or understand those access things. These are all what you want to consider to have a good program that's going to work efficiently across your organization. And you don't want to have these right when you've already been doing this. If you don't have it in the beginning, it's harder to change that over time. But if you start from that and grow, it's going to make it more efficient as you're growing that program. Again, and for my slide here, find those easy wins throughout your organization. Go talk to different people, see how they're doing it. Maybe it's just going to your maintenance people or others. Like I'd see what they were doing and I said, hey, what are you going out to do today? One person was just going to inspect a fence. It's going to take all day to hike up and down slopes. Yet what we could do with UAS, we flew in a couple hours, and then they see that. And then suddenly you've got another champion that wants to help with this technology because it makes their work easier. Again, I already mentioned this, multiple uses for your data management, manage those resources, and help other divisions that are trying to get started too. That way, it seems if you're doing that, then your whole state ends up being on the same page and you're able to help people, especially if you get into emergency situations where it's a big natural disaster and you need help. If everybody's trained the same way through different divisions, it really helps to coordinate those. And last but not least, make sure you have a really good safety culture. As I mentioned, we're all in this together. If one person screws up, it's going to make it hard for everybody using UAS. So if you have that good safety culture, that's only going to help you grow. And with that, I'll kind of switch it into here. I know we're running a little bit long, so I don't know if I have times for questions right now, but if you do put them in the chat pod, I'll try and answer those as we get through our presentations, but I want to be considerate of your lunchtime here as well. So with that, I think we'll break for lunch. And we will come back here at, let's see, we're going to break till 12:30 for lunch. Again, thank you, everybody. I appreciate your time. I'm excited for our presentations. They're going to come after lunch. So please be back at 12:30 and we'll resume. As a reminder, please mute your audio and turn off your camera. Also, if you do have questions, please enter them at any time into the chat pod. We're going to do 2 more polls before we start our next presentation. Again, if you're just starting on these polls, here are your instructions. You can do it by app, by web, or by text. So if on the app, you can get it from Android or the Apple App Store. If you're doing it by your computer, go to pollev.com/input, or you can also text input to 22333 and do the poll. So got 3 different varieties or ways to do that. All right, so for our first poll, what UAS platforms are you using? Select all that apply, please. Looks like a lot of quadcopters so far. For those that are putting in other, if you wouldn't mind, just put that in the chat pod. Just curious of what other platform you're utilizing there. So it looks like the majority of everybody's using rotorcraft. Interesting. Haven't seen any fixed wing come in. Looks like we've got 12 results. I'll wait just a few more seconds to see if we can get some more participants. If not, we'll move on to the next poll. No balloons. Yeah, can definitely tether a balloon or blimps, right? Although I have heard some issues with sometimes using those. That's where the other comes in. All right, let's go ahead and go to the next poll. And this one's going to regard sensors. So what types of sensors are you using? And again, if you pick other, please put it in the chat pod and specify what you're using there. Perfect. Got a broad variety. Thermal, multispectral, LiDAR, and RGB. Okay, wait just a few more seconds, get a few more results in, and then we'll move on to our next presentations. Okay, perfect. So it looks like RGB cameras the majority, which I do see across the nation with thermal, and LiDAR's second. That's great. Second most is LiDAR, then thermal, then multispectral. Interesting. Okay, that's good to know. Perfect. All right, so our final presentations for today will focus on the current UAS efforts in Arizona. We'll hear from several presenters who will discuss how unmanned aircraft systems are being utilized across various use cases. So our first presenter is Dr. Sarah Nilsson. Sarah has, excuse me, had a frog in my throat. Sarah has both an aviation and legal background. She began her career as a pilot in 1994. She holds an ATP in multi and single engine fixed wing aircraft, a gold SEAL CFI, CFII, MEI, and a small UAS pilot certificate. In 2014, Sarah began her legal career, becoming licensed by the State Bar of Arizona and becoming founder and managing attorney for Nilsson Law PLLC. Since 2015, she has been full-time faculty at Embry-Riddle Aeronautical University in Prescott, Arizona, teaching aviation law, global UAS regulations, global UAS risk management, UAS ground school, how to start a small UAS business, business law, and business ethics. Sarah volunteers as an FAA safety team representative with the Scottsdale Flight Standards District Office and as a command pilot with Angel Flight West, as she felt the need to put her Cherokee 235 to good use. That's a fun airplane. Sarah is the co-author of the 6th and 7th edition of Practical Aviation and Aerospace Law with Scott Hamilton in 2017. She also published her own book on U.S. drone law for the American Bar Association entitled Drones Across America. She makes multiple media appearances as an expert in UAS regulation, law, and policy, and has published many articles and research documents for the FAA and also NASA. And with that, it's my pleasure to introduce Sarah and turn the time over to her.
Thank you so much for that wonderful introduction, Paul. And if I may, I'll just turn on my video real quick. Okay. Well, thank you for having me, first of all. And I'm going to be presenting here on behalf of the College of Aviation at Embry-Riddle in Prescott. As you all know, Embry-Riddle is the leader in aeronautical everything. And I'm very honored to be not just an alum, but also a professor at the Prescott campus. I'll start with a brief overview of our aviation college because that will give you an insight into where the UAS program sits in respect to everything else. So you'll see from the flow chart, our Dr. Tim Holt is our dean, and we have two different paths you can go down. We'll start with the assistant to the dean and career advising, and then we have two academic advisors, Mary and Stacy. 4 major programs at our college. We have the chair of applied aviation sciences, Jenna Perry, that heads the UAS department. And then we have aeronautical science for the fixed wing programs. We have safety sciences. And then we also have the flight over at the airport at Prescott Love Field. There we go. By department, under the Applied Aviation Sciences department, we have 4 programs. We have aeronautics, we have air traffic management, we have applied meteorology, and then my department, which is unmanned aircraft systems. In the aeronautical science department, we have the fixed wing and we have the helicopter routes. Then we have safety sciences. We offer a master's degree, not just the bachelor's degree in that. We also on our campus have the Robertson Safety Institute, and we have some safety minors too. Naturally, in the flight program, we basically have aeronautical science and flight minors over at the airport. So let's talk about the Bachelor of Science in Unmanned Aircraft Systems. And I believe Lisa was going to take control here. And I'm going to give you a 1-minute video intro to our UAS program. As you can see there, there's Dennis Wren, one of our professors, and a number of students over at our RC field. Thank you.
just a few technical difficulties. We'll get it fixed in just a second here.
No problem.
My name is Jason Wood. My program is Unmanned Aircraft Systems, and I am from Cincinnati, Ohio. The coolest part of flying and or building the UAS for me is seeing my creations come to life. What motivates me most is specifically the ability to build, test, fly. I originally was an engineering student at the time. A friend of mine here at Embry-Riddle. He flew his RC planes to the RC field, and I like to go down there and help him build them. So I changed majors to UAS, and I've loved it since. What I like most about Embry-Riddle's UAS program is the small class sizes, the professors' engagement, and their drive to help you succeed. With UAS, if you can dream it, you can do it. With the amount of 3D printing and CAD software we have in the lab, possibilities are endless.
My name is Jason Wood, and I am an Eagle.
So the Bachelor of Science in Unmanned Aircraft Systems program provides graduates with the necessary skills and knowledge needed to become industry leaders in a variety of UAS-related fields, including UAS pilots, sensor operators, mission planners, and ground technicians. Students study the spectrum of the industry, including hazardous operations, government regulations, surveillance, data collection, and even the engineering aspects, as you saw in the video, of UAS. This exciting degree, certified by the FAA as a UAS Collegiate Training Initiative program, has evolved into one of the most hands-on degree programs offered at Embry-Riddle, and it prepares graduates to enter a rapidly growing and changing industry. So, like I said, very hands-on. We focus mainly on civilian operations. We also have a number of international students, mainly because our programs are ITAR approved, so we're not divulging any national sensitive material. We have very strong industry ties at Embry-Riddle and Prescott campus, mainly with Hood Tech, In Situ, Amazon, and the FAA. Luckily, we have an RC field on campus. It is within the Class Delta airspace of our airport, but we have the ability to, we have an agreement with our FAA and with our tower so that we can fly our RC planes below where it would be dangerous for the manned aircraft coming in and out of our pattern. We also are planning a new building for the year 2023, so that's kind of exciting. There we go. I think I have control once again. Yes. So here's a quick little visual of the aircraft which our students train with. Basically, you saw in the video, they also build their own, which is very exciting. And as you can see, we also have LiDAR on our aircraft and all kinds of nifty things to teach them. We have some fixed wing as well. These are some of the classes that we offer: mapping and photogrammetry, some videography and photography, LiDAR, GIS, infrared and thermography, UAS design and building. We have CAD design, 3D printing, and we use real-world applications in partnership with the industry partner Hood Tech. So as I mentioned, our program is part of the FAA's UAS CTI program, which kind of gives us a leg up on our competitors. We also partner with other universities for research. It's not uncommon that we do collaborative training and research programs with other universities in conjunction with NASA and the FAA. And I've been a part of a couple of those with my students. Here are our professors. As you can see, there's me up in the top left corner, Dennis Wren, you saw in that video, Don and Dr. Schroeder. We have an opening right now. That's why you have a vacant position there. One of our professors went back to industry this summer. And then our program chair is Greg Reverdo. You probably know him from the Pilot Institute. All of our professors come with industry experience. We're also bringing to the table a wealth of research behind us. Dr. Schroeder has done a number of research assignments, as well as myself and Dennis and even Greg. Our classes are small. We have very hands-on one-on-one training. My area is obviously law, and I teach the global UAS law for the bachelor program, where I introduce students to UAS laws all over the world. We literally cover the globe, and the students build up a portfolio of different laws throughout the world. We also focus on the European laws, the ASA laws, because those are very standardized, very easy to follow. And that is it. I can hand over the controls, and I'll go back to mute. And if you have any questions, you can type them in the chat box for me. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Nelson. Amazing presentation. Thank you. So our next presenter is Detective Brian Hahn. Detective Hahn has been employed by the Arizona Department of Public Safety since September of 2007. He's been a sworn police officer since January of 2006. Detective Hahn is currently assigned to the Criminal Investigations Division, Major Crimes District, Vehicular Crimes Unit. Detective Hahn became a correctional officer in February of 2005 for the Pima County Sheriff's Department. In September of 2005, Detective Hahn attended the Southern Arizona Law Enforcement Academy while employed by the Pima County Sheriff's Department. His first assignment was a patrol duty in Foothills. His first assignment was as a patrol deputy in the Foothills District. In September of 2007, Detective Hahn transferred employment to the Arizona Department of Public Safety, where his first assignment as a highway patrol officer was to Salome, Arizona for 5 years. In April of 2013, Detective Hahn transferred to Ajo, Arizona, remaining for 3 years. Since July of 2016, he's been assigned as a detective in the Arizona Department of Public Safety Major Crimes District, Vehicular Crimes Unit. Detective Hahn is a collision reconstructionist and frequently instructs multiple disciplines for the Department of Public Safety. In 2017, Detective Hahn began assisting in the implementation of a UAS drone program within the Vehicular Crimes Unit for the primary purpose of scene documentation. Working with the Department Aviation Unit and other work groups, Detective Hahn assisted in the setting up a department-wide UAS program. Detective Hahn continues to assist with instructing new UAS pilots and developing new curriculum and techniques. And with that, it's my pleasure to turn it over to Brian to present.
All right. Hope my audio works here. I'll turn my video on for just a moment as well.
Sounding great, loud and clear.
Awesomeness. Okay, so let me make sure that this is go. All right, so I am Detective Hahn with the DPS Vehicular Crimes Unit. So we started our drone program back in about 2017, specifically in vehicular crimes. Previous to that, unbeknownst to me, our aviation unit was working a parallel attempt to get a drone program going within DPS. And so a lot of the background work was done, and I came in and essentially just kind of went in without really thinking about it, and I started the mapping program for DPS. And then the aviation sergeant at the time, Ryan Freeman, and myself began working with each other and got a pretty good drone program going after that. So when most people think drones in public safety, this is what they're thinking of. a little bit out of our price range for the most part. This is what we actually use them for. So our crime scene, collision scene documentation. Our hazmat unit is very active with our drone program. EOD, our explosives guys, SWAT. We use them for surveillance for other criminal investigations units. Public relations. A lot of good videos have been done for that. Training. We found that specifically in driver's training, getting a view from above of a specific technique that we're trying to teach really kind of helps click things together as opposed to just seeing the techniques from the ground. General aerial photography, and one of the newer areas that we're starting to work with is radio tower inspections. DPS has a lot of radio towers throughout the state that we use to bounce our radio, our handhelds, our vehicle radios off of, and they need to be maintained. They need to be double checked. So having the UAS for that is absolutely beneficial to us. So the drones that we're using, our drone on the right-hand side there is the Ariane Sky Ranger, or our Phantom 4 on the left is one of the first one we have. The pilots, drones and pilots, we've got about 45 active drones, 45 active pilots right now, but we're constantly putting together more drone schools. We've got at least 2 more drone schools planned within the next 3 or 4 months. We usually put 8 to 10 pilots through each of those. And drones, I know that our Highway Patrol Division just purchased 26 or 27 more drones that we'll be putting into circulation soon. And then these are pretty much what we're using right here. The Phantom 4 Pro on the left, the Ariane Sky Ranger was the first real drone that we started using for the photogrammetry. And then our 2 workhorses right now are the Mavic 2 Pro, the Enterprise and Zoom. We use those as well, but for the photogrammetry, we use the Pro, and of course the Matrice 300. Just purchased, I believe, 6 Matrice 300s, specifically for their ability to fly over 104 degrees per manufacture. So we're going to start using those a lot more, especially now that they came out with the new P1 camera that's supposed to be just a photogrammetry beast. So we had a little bit of fun with our drones as well. Aviation is where our drone program is centered, I guess. So we kind of wanted to keep our drones a little bit toward the aviation program, but then also, you know, make them look like our patrol cars. Makes for a fun conversation piece. So specifically in VCU, we wanted to do proof of concept and see the equipment that we're currently using to measure and document crime scenes and collision scenes versus our UAS. So I did what I called my little drone drag race. So the Leica TS12 system is what we were previously using for a lot of our scene documentations throughout the state. And I specifically used a person who was skilled with setting up the GPS equipment, or the Leica equipment. And then for the UAS, I specifically used one of our new pilots. So on our first scene, so it says across the top, it says scene 2, but it's actually scene 1 is all the way across the top. So it took 29 minutes, and that was only because he had to update the software on his drone. But the actual flight time for the scene was 9 minutes, whereas the actual scene documentation on the other one was 26 minutes. And as we, you know, have been spending a lot of time with the TIMS model in DPS, it's, you know, anytime we can reduce the amount of road closure time, the more the better. And then on scene 2 was actually a much larger scene. And we found that the larger the scene, the more benefit the UAS has in scene documentation. One thing that we've discovered is that with the TS12 equipment, we were having to pick and choose what we were documenting, because it's just points on a screen is all we're documenting. Whereas with the UAS, we're collecting all data, and that way whoever we're providing the data to, they get to choose what they feel is important versus us choosing what's important. So we found that that was another benefit to using UAS. So this is the standard diagram that we have been putting out in DPS for years and years. It's factual. It documents the scene. You can see the roadway clearly. You can see the tire friction marks that were left on the road. You can see the vehicle. You can see the evidence. But it's not quite what we can do now. So this is an actual scene that we did on I-10. It was a multi-vehicle collision with commercial involvement and fatality. So here you can see the flight pattern that I took, the camera positions. The processing was done with Pix4D. The drone we flew was the Phantom 4 Pro. As we process that in Pix4D, you can see the camera positions that are shown. You can clearly see the roadway, but this already is far above and beyond what we were able to do in the past. So the result that we have here is the 𝐈𝐧𝐼𝐂 that, like I tell everybody, is just Google Maps on steroids. It's GPS enabled. You get the clarity that you would have. I believe we took this one, each photograph was taken at a 65-foot elevation. So you get the clarity of a photograph from 65 feet off the ground with a 20 megapixel camera, but you get the scope of a photograph that would have been taken a couple hundred feet up. And then in our diagramming software that we have already been using, we can then just diagram right over the top of this 𝐈𝐧𝐼𝐂. And the scale in the top left corner, it's a little bit hard to see, but if I remember correctly, that was 10.01 and 9.9 something on two 10-foot scales. So the accuracy is fantastic as well. The nice thing is that we're able to turn that image off, and you can still get those lines, those dots, those points that are a staple of the diagramming that we've been putting out. It's what everybody's familiar with. So we're able to still produce that. But then we're able to get the clarity, the quality of these photographs in there as well. We have found that the county attorneys absolutely love this. They're able to essentially take somebody into the collision as it was at that time. So we're able to bring people into that. We're able to show more data, more evidence. But then we're also able to 3D render it. And most people are familiar with the 3D rendering of these. But a lot of times what we'll do is we'll do top-down photographs across everything, and then anything that we want to collect data for 3D, we'll actually do angled photos on those. And that way we can do fly-throughs as well. With the software that we're using, it was Pix4D. We're now transitioning to a new software, Leica Infinity. Has many of the same capabilities, but most of the other hardware that we're already using is Leica hardware, so it's just all working together. But with them all being GPS enabled, there have been a couple cases where we have animated a 3D rendering of a scene and done it at multiple different speeds so that it could be shown what a driver or occupant in a vehicle could have seen or should have seen at the time had they been going different speeds. So that would be something that to do in the real world will be a little bit more difficult. We'd have to shut the road down. We'd have to, make arrangements, things like that. So it's much easier to do it in these 3D renderings, and then we can animate the scene any way we feel we need to. Let me get out of that one. Okay, so another one that we're doing is nighttime scene capture. So we've tested it multiple different ways, and we found that it actually works best when we're actually hanging a light off of the drone and capturing. So with a lot of smaller agencies, municipal agencies, things like that, they're doing their scenes with stationary lights. And in here in the scene, you can see we've got a couple stationary lights there. But we found it actually works best when you turn those off, because then there's no hot spots, no dark spots. And when you've got a light attached to the drone, anything that light sees is what the camera sees. So there's no shadows, no light spots, dark spots. And we have captured scenes that have been a couple hundred yards long with the drones this way. And this particular scene, it was a practice scene, but it was a cloudy night, new moon almost. And when we processed this, we were absolutely shocked how clear and crisp the roadway came out, the vehicles came out. We were able to see anything that we would have wanted to, even the tire marks that had been left there on the ground by somebody prior to our occupying that area. So we are actively using that nighttime scene capture, especially now that the FAA has modified their Part 107 to include nighttime flights as well. So this right here was actually one of my first 3D projects, but it is the entire 30 acres of the biosphere facility, 2,200 photographs with a DJI Phantom 4 Pro. Learned a lot of lessons on this, but at the same time had a lot of good experiences, made some good contacts with other people in the industry. As for our drone program, where it's going, we are currently working on spreading drones throughout other work groups in DPS. We are also training more pilots. We're working on techniques to document the roadways quicker, better, more efficient. We're still trying to, figure out what we do or don't know. We're working with other work groups in the state, working with other agencies in the state. But we have found that pretty much any project that we apply the UAS to, we are finding benefit, whether it be in more data collected or having the data collected quicker. We're opening up roadways. We're providing better data to families of victims, to courts, and things like that. So we are very much enjoying adding the UAS to our work group. We are finding that it is not the only tool. I mean, if the only tool you have is a hammer, everything looks like a nail, but we're finding that there are times when the drone may not be the most applicable tool. So we're still trying to figure out where that integrates into our workflow sometimes. But we have command support of this. Our supervisor in aviation, once again, Sergeant Ryan Freeman, is quite excited about the drone program and has been putting in a lot of good work for it on the back end. He does a lot of that stuff that I don't do much of the administration portion of it. I started the mapping program for DPS. He started the entire drone program. But good things have been happening and will continue to happen for the DPS drone program. I can get the video to stop here. There we go. And that is what I have.
Perfect. Thanks, Brian. Very interesting stuff. So our next two presenters are going to be Jim Robinson and Erica Virgil from the city of Tucson. So first, Jim is the GIS program manager for the city of Tucson Department of Transportation and Mobility. He's been working for the city for 16 years in GIS. Jim graduated from the University of Arizona with a BS in environmental science. He served 6 years in the U.S. Navy as a hospital corpsman and served with the Marines in Desert Storm. He's originally from St. Louis, Missouri, and enjoys outdoor activities and often competes in skeet and sporting clay events. He and his wife have a son in college and a daughter that's currently a junior in high school. Jim began the SUAS program for his department about 6 years ago, as well as oversees the program. Jim is proud to say that DTM was the first department in the city to start an SUAS program. And next, we have Erica. Erica's worked for the City of Tucson Department of Transportation and Mobility for over 2 years as a public information officer. She has been part of her department drone program since 2019, using it for public outreach and communication. Erica is a native Tucson and a graduate from the University of Arizona with a degree in journalism. She began her career in broadcast news, working at a local ABC affiliate as a marketing producer for about 4 years. She then transitioned to advertising for a local casino, which eventually led her to the city of Tucson. She very much enjoys being part of the drone program and sharing the city's successes and projects with the community. And with that, I'll turn it over to Jim and Erica.
Hello, everybody. Thanks for attending. Again, this is Jim Robinson. Want to go through a little bit of how we started our drone program here at the City of Tucson Department of Transportation and Mobility. So it was about 5 years ago, little 5.5 years ago, I started seeing the usefulness of drones, the utility of them, what products we can produce on our own instead of having to go outside and have contractors do it for us. So I got a few of our deputy directors involved, and they agreed. And after I pitched the idea to them, they agreed that it would save time and money for our department if we would start our own program. The one that we had to really convince was our director, because he approved the budget. So put together a presentation and a meeting for the director, and he wasn't even going to show up for that meeting. The meeting started and he wasn't there. He thought drones were just toys and didn't realize what we can do with them. So we convinced him, come to the meeting, sit down, give us 10 or 15 minutes to show what we can do with a drone of our own. And we got through the presentation and he was pretty impressed. And he gave us budget for a pilot project to get drone certification, insurance, everything started. And told me, show me or prove me the usefulness, and then we can go from there. And that's been 5.5 years now. We have currently 3 pilots in our department certified. And one of them is with us today, and she'll be talking in a few minutes. So main use that I use on the GIS perspective of things is to update our original ortho photos, because our region, we get ortho photos every 2 years. And from there, we have gaps for new construction. So we use the drone to go out and fly over areas to fill in those gaps to get newer ortho photos. And a big area that we use also far is 3D point clouds for creating topo maps. Next slide, please. Thank you. So here's where we're going through an introduction, how the program began, what we use it for. So we use this, again, we're not advocating any products, but we do use Pix4D ourselves. That's how we create our point clouds and other data and ortho photos. And next slide, please. We also came to the realization that we get complaints about zoning infractions, specifically building heights. And survey, it takes them quite a while to go out and capture the elevation of these buildings. So we did some testing with survey. We did have to include ground control points, but we get very, very good results creating and measuring 3D heights with just the drone. So it saves us quite a bit of time and effort and money. Time is money. Next slide, please. And then again, talking about flying over, doing a 3D creation of the terrain for topo maps for construction or volumetric measurements. This is a fairly new construction of a water holding basin on Grant Road here in Tucson. And it allows us to measure the volume. And then if there's big rain events afterwards, we can go through and measure the effectiveness of those areas. So we have proven, over time using the drone that we definitely have cost savings. I don't have the specifics on that, but we did in the past. We went through a project and had survey do it and calculated time on project site. And the drone definitely saved quite a bit of money and time. So one of the other big uses we do, not big, but quite often, is traffic congestion studies when we do light cycle changes on traffic lights. We'll actually just put the drone up in the air and hover in each direction, capturing video of that for about a 25-minute period, and then review that back in the office to see the effects of different times of the day on those light cycle changes. Future plans for the drone. This is something that just before COVID hit, we were planning on doing. We had training set up and grant money for getting 3 of our inspectors certified to fly drones so they can do wash inspections. instead of having to travel and walk through the washes themselves, they can just fly the drones over, hit several of them during the day and review those back in the office. We planned on the budget also allowing for each one of those inspectors to have their own drone, so we don't have to share. And then from there on, we're just looking forward to what kind of products we can produce in the future and getting more people certified so we can save more time and money. And then from there, I will turn it over to Erica. And next slide, please. Thank you. Slide.
Hello. My name is Erica Frizzell. I'm a public information officer with the City of Tucson Department of Transportation and Mobility. I think you have control. So we utilize the UAS within our public information office to really get the word out to the community. We see the UAS as a new tool in the toolbox. And we're able to show as opposed to tell the community what we have going on when it comes to the work that's taking place and progressing within our department. Yeah, we just definitely think that it's a transparent way to share our work and any projects we have going on. You have control. So it's given us a new perspective, and why this is important. It's allowed us to remain transparent with the community. Transportation projects are very curious to a commuter, maybe irritating if that, why does it take so long? What's with all these restrictions? And this really gives the community a bird's eye view of what we have going on, a new perspective to show the magnitude and scale of a project. It's no longer just a sea of barricades for commuters. It's the underground storm drain that's going in. It's the underground utilities that must cross underneath the roadway that they once drove on. It's the heavy equipment that's spread throughout the project. And most of all, it's a look ahead of what's to come. So this has assisted in our outreach. It's allowed us to become more creative. We've been able to show as opposed to tell. So the days of just a news release and words on a piece of paper are no longer. We can now actually give this video to media, to the community, and tell our story, expanding their knowledge of what's going on. So what the public sees is consistency and progress. We're able to go out to a project multiple times, and we do that especially on one of our large projects, Downtown Links, we have going on. It's a 2.5-year project. So the community, to them, that is far too long for any type of road construction. So we're able to go out every single month and show what's been going on for months and months, and each time they see it, and there's more change and more progress and more of a vision of their future commute. So that's really important. We're also able to partner with the media and getting our message out. We provide drone video to the media and able to show them our projects, and hopefully in hopes that they're able to then share that with the community as well. And I really think it opens up people's eyes to everything we have going on. Next slide. So social media is the main platform that we are able to share our videos and photos on. It really gives us allows us to share a transparent message, but that's creative. Sharing on social media allows us to interact with the public and receive feedback. And it's a place where the community can see the transparent work and the scope of the work of a project. It's not just a page of explanations. It's a clear video that in 30 seconds can show more than we can describe on a piece of paper or over an email. So definitely social media has been a very important tool for us to share our work within our department. You can go to the next slide. Does he have control? And this is just an example of something that we are able to share with the media to show the scope and magnitude of a project. And this is our Downtown Links project. That underground storm drain continues across 2 major roadways. And really our goal with that is to continue filming within the same path these projects in order to show that consistency and allow the community to see the work that's taking place. That's it. So thank you. That's what I...
Thanks, everybody.
Perfect. Thanks, Jim. Thanks, Erica. Interesting stuff that you're doing there in Tucson, for sure. So our final presenter today is 𝐷𝐸𝐸. Eric is leading 𝐸𝐳 Construction Frontline Construction Technologies, a group chartered with making technology a strategic advantage for 𝐸𝐳. Focusing on operational technology, Eric's efforts regularly led him to job sites where he seeks to understand construction methods and then apply new technologies to provide predictability and reduced waste in the construction process. His efforts have been recognized by the AGC with 2 innovation awards and also contributed to EDC rounds 2 and 3 on the subject of 3D modeling for construction. And with that, I'm proud to pronounce Eric. I can't talk. I'm proud to have Eric present.
Great, thank you so much, Paul. I feel like that is such a good introduction, and you've got a talent, my friend. Thank you so much for taking some time today to hear me share some of our story and some of our narrative around how we use drones as a construction company. We just like all the other presenters you've seen, the value of a UAS isn't in the fact that you can fly something and see something, but it's the value that it creates through sharing a perspective that you previously couldn't get, or the fact that you can create data in a way that changes how you can look at things and what is possible on any given job site for us. And so we are going to be talking about how we specifically use this technology as a tool in construction. Construction sites are typically fairly large, right? Especially when we're thinking about infrastructure. And as a result of that, there's a lot that we have to stay on top of and a lot that we need to measure and make sure that we are delivering something with certainty in the right spot. We need to understand how much earth we're moving on any given day. And those tasks are something that traditionally has been very time consuming. But with an elevated perspective, we have the ability to tackle those situations a little bit differently. And I think one of the themes that you've seen today is people talking about how fast their drone program has grown and how it's taken different turns. And the same is true at 𝐸𝐳. We actually started our drone program in 2015. We had 2 pilots at that point. One of them was a hobbyist, and one of them was running a third-party drone company, actually outside of his construction duties here at the company. And we would use it just for images and videos. We used to have a line item in every single one of our bids for photographs from a helicopter. And so we were pretty quickly able to take that line item, reduce some of the expense associated with that, and actually be able to get photos more regularly from having some talent on site, or at least in the nearby area that could provide that drone flight for us. By 2017, we had a total of 7 pilots, and we had 5 drones. We were capturing images and video regularly, and then we were starting to provide 3D models and 2-scale imagery. You heard the term orthomosaic earlier, and that's this idea that you can stitch a whole bunch of photos together, kind of almost something like a quilt, and that does allow you to really understand spatially how things are, and then also be able to get in and pull some measurements and things that create what I call actionable information for us as builders. And by 2018, we had 13 pilots and 10 drones. Our fleet has now grown to include 2 GoPro Karmas, which our media team was using at that point. We've got some DJI Phantoms in there, as well as a Matrice 210, and we used that for its thermal camera. After we completed a structure, if there was a rain event, we would actually go out and fly the project in the morning to look at the thermal readings on the roof to be able to see if any moisture had kind of penetrated that roofing membrane layer, because it would change the thermal signature on that material. So we started to get in and use this for some of our quality assurance and quality control, and really started to dive in and understand what it means to use these things to generate information and give us a different picture that it wasn't always immediately obvious just using traditional cameras or traditional perspectives. We also signed up for a Skydio account, and that was something, sorry, a Skyward account, and that was something that allowed us to kind of help scale the program and stay on top of what pilots were doing what and how things were coming together for us as an organization to make sure we had the right means and measures in place to provide predictable and safe flights for all of our job sites. And then as of today, we have about 16 pilots and 17 drones. Some of the new additions to our fleet are these EV-6 wing drones. These come in handy when we're flying large infrastructure projects. They will be able to cover a lot more terrain with the same amount of battery power. And then we also have a few Skydios now. And one of the advantages of the Skydio is their autonomous flight capabilities, which is allowing us to provide a little bit more predictability and kind of consistent results depending on regardless of what region of the country we're in or a pilot's particular level of experience. And by no means do we do any less training or rigorous education around what it means to be prepared to fly or to be a safe pilot. Our pilots all have to be Part 107 certified, and then they go through our own internal training program where we provide additional safety and have some hands-on tests where they get to prove their competence before they're actually what we call a SUNT certified pilot. The other item that you see here are these arrow points, and those are effectively little markers that you leave on the ground. They're about 2 foot by 2 foot, but they have built-in GPS. And the big trick here is if you have certainty on the ground, it provides better data for all of your aerial photo captures. And so this is allowing us to provide more accurate, actionable information. So it's something that drastically increases our ability to have measurable and quantifiable results. But the big picture with all of these things is that we are using these tools to capture or sense what's happening in the environment. So maybe that means capturing a photo or thermal image. And then we will use either a cloud-based software or just local hardware to be able to go in and process that into a model. And then from that model, we have actionable data. So that could be something like quantities. That could be something like a measurement model that we can refer to later after the project is complete, or anything along those lines. So an example for us, this happens to be kind of a web interface that we share with our subcontractors and clients. But we're able to go fly a job site, and then along the top of this little web page, you'll see each date that we flew the job. So as you go over here to the right, the job is actually increasing and kind of reaching its completion. But here we had graded a roundabout and had in some of the concrete scope here. And as we move forward, we can actually see that we can go in and measure a specific area. So if somebody calls and said, hey, what's the area of DG that we need to place? You can go in and measure that area. You can go in and build out a little plane to be able to generate some volumes, but just some quick measurements, and then be able to share that over the web with somebody so they can click a link, see what notes or annotations you left, and then also see it in the context of what the project looks like. We can move along that timeline, and as we click on the different photos, it's going to show what was captured on that date. And this is all geospatially located, so things that line up on top of each other properly, whether we're referencing this data in CAD or on the web. And as we go towards the end of the project, you can kind of see what it looks like at final completion. But again, that idea that we are capturing this construction narrative and that it is the best way that we will ever be able to show a client how we progressed along a project, just like you were seeing from Erica at the city of Tucson, kind of that construction progress and narrative is really difficult to tell when you're looking through the lens of an iPhone or even a handheld camera, but being able to get above it and show the scale and the breadth of what's going on is a great way to communicate those things. And using these arrow points on the ground to be able to offset a lot of the survey expenses, we've seen a ton of productivity increases. One of the things that we often get into on transportation projects is the idea of capturing what the existing grade looks like. And it's actually a really difficult challenge. We were working on a water retention facility in the Phoenix area, and it was about 250 acres. And we had in our contract that we had to go and do a survey of this job site every 3 months. The first time we went out and did it, we did it with two people and 2 GPS units. and they did a 50-foot grid. So every 50 feet, they would take a GPS shot, and it took them about 90 hours. And the second time we did that, we had a third party fly for us, but we flew and captured all of that same area in about 4 hours with a drone. And then it took about 2 or 3 days to process. But what was great was that moment in time was much more condensed in the sense that if you take 90 hours and spread that out over 2 weeks, you're moving a lot of dirt in that 2 weeks. So it gets kind of a wiggly mark in time that you're trying to capture and then generate quantities from, whereas that drone flight was very straightforward and we had very little activity occurring in that 4-hour window. Another example of us being able to do this regularly and do this well to benefit a project, we had a project in Tucson that the land was, I believe, fairly reasonably priced considering that it was built, the land actually had a trash underneath it. And so it was a old dump. And in order to build this building, we had to excavate down on top from this dirt, remove a certain amount of the trash, and then bring back in all of this fill material. Well, in order to do that, there was a lot of risk associated with that. The actual civil scope of the project was percentage-wise much higher than a normal building. And to provide certainty around what we were doing out there, to provide certainty around the the understanding of quantities and how fast we were going to be doing this, we ended up doing a drone flight every other week during construction. And this is a photo that we're looking at right now is the pre-construction flight. And now we're starting to see us going in and actually excavating in some areas and filling in others. But we're able to take that 3D model and then overlay them in the same space. So that way we can see exactly what's going on. We can start to see color and texture changes. So maybe what was garbage versus what's fill versus what's scraper tracks versus what's actually been graded and is smooth and being prepared for the building pad. And again, all of this is geospatially located and geometrically accurate. So we can go in and measure any 2 spots on this model and really start to understand what some of these things are. And staying in that vein of actionable information, we took that same deliverable and we were able to run it through one of our civil engineering programs. We were able to generate kind of a heat map of where we were excavating here in this kind of dark red area, and then where we were filling material in these darker green areas. And then you've got the scale in between there. We also were able to go in and cut sections to show exactly where we had filled material and where we had excavated material. And then we used the photos to go in and kind of draw boundaries around, okay, all of this was excavation, or all of this was excavation, but this looks like it was trash. So we started to assign those quantities into specific buckets that tied back to our construction contract and exactly how much we thought we had of those. That way, if we discovered more trash than the client thought we would discover, we would be able to tell them very early on and be very transparent about this process. And then every 2 weeks, we would provide a new spreadsheet. It would show what that site looked like from the air. And then we would show what the cut and fill activities were. So in that previous one, I'd shown fill kind of in this area right here, but this is now the existing grade. And then we, in the last 2 weeks, have added all of this material on top and continued to excavate over here. And then here's how that has changed those quantity kind of buckets, as I call them, where we've actually started to excavate and fill material. Here's another example of us being able to do something with that data. And beyond just being able to go through and look at images and compare a 3D model, we can also thread different versions of reality together. Here we're looking at a building information model of the proposed conditions. So this is what the building was going to look like, right? This is the parking structure, and then the building was just north of this. And then we can also see the flight from that occurred that previous Wednesday. And we can see what they're like in the same space, in the same context. And so in the middle of a coordination meeting, the superintendent was like, whoa, 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 hold up. He was like, that retaining wall isn't built yet. He was like, and look where we're leaving that slope. So he knew at that moment he had to go out and call our civil subcontractor and say, hey, before you pull your scrapers off site, you still got to pull the slope back 12 feet so we've got enough space to build the footing for this retaining wall. And those are the kinds of things that are really difficult to keep all that in context and really have spatial awareness of that on any given job site when you're standing out in the middle of a big hole of dirt, right? But to be able to pull that together with our building information model and some of the other tools that we have as a construction company really allow us to see both what is there today and what the design intent is. And then we get to kind of fill in the gaps of how we get from A to B. Another thing that I'm particularly excited about We actually had our one of the guys that runs our drone programs on a webinar this morning with a company called Skydio, talking about their new 3D scan feature. But it's a great feature in the sense that you can tell the drone the context of what you want to scan, and it'll do a quick spin around it and kind of figure out roughly what that geometry looks like. But then it will go in and actually build a very, very detailed model of what that scan looks like, or sorry, what that object looks like. So in this case, they're scanning a very geometrically complex bridge, and the Skydio is autonomously flying in between the structure components. As you'll see, it's taking photos, it's actually updating that geometry to be more accurate, and it'll kind of figure out what it looks like, and you're trying to identify kind of a surface precision that you're after. And it will continue to go in and take photos of that structure. And we've been able to go in and do that on some of our projects in the beta program and really find, it's been a fun challenge to find something that's worthwhile to scan, but also something that is safe. Construction, right? Safety is one of our big deals as well. But like the ability to go find a structure that's worthwhile to scan, but doesn't put people at risk. And it's really been an interesting exercise reaching out to job sites and discussing how this tool might be valuable. We've actually had a lot of really positive feedback on some of the dangerous inspections that are performed on production facilities, on manufacturing facilities, and even on some of the pieces of infrastructure that we do. And thinking as a construction company, if we could go do this on every single bridge before we open up the road and hand that over to an entity like ADOT, they would have that wonderful record of what the structure looked like when it was built, and then kind of be able to track that over time. So we're very excited for both kind of the macro concepts of being able to track quantities, being able to compare what exists today versus what will be, and then also being able to go in and do these inspections with some autonomous features. Overall, we're talking about construction documentation, right? That construction narrative that's very difficult to tell from the lens of an iPhone is much easier to understand the breadth and the depth of it from that elevated perspective. We're seeing survey quality models with the ability to augment drone data with GPS panels that are on the ground. We're mixing together what is today and what will be, so that way we can provide predictability and certainty around those things. And then also being able to go in and do very complicated structure inspections that either would put a human at risk or just very tedious, and being able to do those things and do them well and hand over that information to our partners in this process. So overall, they are a fantastic tool. You kind of saw how quickly at least it felt like our program scaled from 2 pilots that were doing it kind of as a side hustle, all the way up through having an entire drone program with what we call stunt master pilots in Arizona, California, and Texas, flying different aspects of a fleet and using those things for the different value propositions that they bring, whether that means doing large-scale infrastructure capture through a fixed wing or autonomous inspections or something in between to really help us understand thermal performance of a building. With that, I am done with my prepared content and we'll hand it back over. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Eric. Real exciting what you're doing at SUNT and how you're incorporating all that into BIM. That's great stuff. Thank you. And now we got some time for Q&A, so you get access to all of our experts here. So if you got questions that you'd want to ask on here, please put them in the chat pod, and we'll give you access to our expert presenters here. And if those don't know, to get to your chat pod, there is kind of a little icon down at the bottom that you can hover over that's for the chat. It looks like a comic bubble on there without text in it. So you can click on that and that will bring up the chat pod if you're not sure how to bring that up. And then also while you're typing, you want to make sure it says to everyone. And while we're waiting for some of the questions to come into the pod here on our chat, let me just ask a question. And I'll leave it open to all our presenters, but tell me what is one of those things that you wish you knew when you first started a program that you know now that you wish you would have known? So those people that are just starting or trying to grow a program, what advice could you give them that you wish you would have known when you first started?
This is Derek at Sun. So I think I wish I would have known a lot more of the technical nature of how drones work. It sounds like all the other presenters approach this, and especially Sarah, just how technically challenging some of these subjects can be. But when there's education before somebody picks up that controller for the first time, and when somebody is forced to think through some of these subjects, the risk profile goes down very significantly. And even just taking some time to learn about what might be causing a issue with the way a certain aircraft is performing or something along those lines, and reaching out to your community members is invaluable. We actually had an issue with one of our aircraft and reached out to a contact at Embry-Riddle and had a very good and healthy discussion, passed over some of the drone data logs, and they really helped us understand what was going on and what some of the potential issues could have been. And stuff like that is super important, but also just keeping in mind that this is, I heard, I believe, one of the other panelists mentioned about doing flights regularly. Actually, Paul, I think it was you before the break, and you were talking about make sure you don't just do this every 4 months to check the box, but it needs to be an active thing. And I think that's so important that you go into this with a good knowledge base and partner up with a subject matter expert who has helped a drone program somewhere else, and then making sure that the application and use of these technologies are consistent. So that way you don't have a moment where you feel like you're relearning when the controller's in your hands and when the aircraft is in the air.
Yeah, thanks, Eric. Very good insight there.
Hey, so I've had a question directed at me. This is Detective Hahn again. So cases where the UAS may not be the best option, specifically heavily wooded areas, flying in Flagstaff, we've had a couple crime scenes, collision scenes that have been in heavily wooded areas, trees, pine trees, and also low shrubbery potentially for us covering evidence. May not have been the best option in those, and so that's some of the limitations. But coming into our drone program, I wish we would have been a little bit more aware of some of the limitations of the drones, the temperatures, wind speeds, covering items, covering pieces of evidence or roadways, portions like that. I kind of wish we would have known that a little bit more. But one thing that I did work pretty heavily on from the beginning, Marissa, to go into your comment, was to very openly and almost aggressively involve the public. So I did multiple public events at schools or for DPS. We also did a couple news pieces. I did interviews for a couple different news channels, and we specifically addressed the uses that we'll be having them for, making sure that they know that for our law enforcement purposes, most of the time that we're using the UAS, it's on a scene that we already have a right to be there, whether it be a crime scene, collision scene, something like that. If we do use it for something that might be a little bit more invasive, we would be getting a search warrant for that, just like we would for any other purpose. So doing the community events, doing the news interviews, we got very positive reviews back from that. We were able to hedge that off, I guess, hit it from the beginning to make sure that we were very open, that there was no secrecy about it, that yes, DPS is flying drones. This is the reason why we're flying it. This is how we're doing it. And a lot of the public events that I did at schools and things like that, getting the teenagers involved in it, getting them excited because they always love the drones. They're cool. Oh, it's a toy. No, it's a tool. Let me show you how. And, it open opportunities up to them for the future, but also at the same time addressing the public's concerns about privacy and stuff. That was one of the big ones. But as soon as we told them what we're doing with them, their concerns pretty much went away each time.
Thanks, Brian. Appreciate that. Another question that came in is, how do the presenters choose the particular vehicle they're using? So how did you pick which platform you're utilizing?
Brian, I think your rule is it has to have red and blue lights on the top, right?
Oh, absolutely. And it has to look like either a patrol car or a helicopter. For us, portability was a big one. So we initially went with the Phantoms, but the cases for the Phantoms are quite large. And so now that we're using the Mavic 2 Pros, it's a much smaller, much more compact. I mean, in something that's the size of one of our MDC computers, I'm able to give a drone with a controller, with a tablet, with 4 batteries, good to go for, you know, almost an hour's worth of flight time to capture a scene, stuff like that. And so for us, portability was a big one. Capability was another one. So we would get a couple drones and we would test them and see what would work, what wouldn't. Some of our work groups in our criminal investigations are using the Mavic Zoom, but that's only got a 12 megapixel camera, so it doesn't work as well for our photogrammetry. So we use the Mavic 2 Pros for that. And not everybody's getting a Matrice 300 because the price tag is, you know, add an extra comma on the end of that price tag. Plus, they're not as portable. But then you've got that temperature rating very strictly to the manufacturer's recommendation of 104 degrees on our Mavics. And, well, it's getting to be that season where that'll, you know, come 10 or 11 o'clock in the morning. The rest of the day is going to be above that. So that's why we chose the Mavic or the Matrice 300s. And we kind of stuck with the DJI platform largely because they're like the Barbie doll of drones. Everybody makes an accessory. Everybody includes stuff for them. There are other companies out there, and we're exploring them. We're looking into other companies, but DJI just kind of seems to hold the market.
Thanks.
We based a lot of our initial purchases based on what was available in the market and what we thought looked like a good fit, right? Just kind of based on gut assumption and also price tag, right? At the moment when we started our program, DJIs were probably by and far the most competitive based on the capabilities that they had. Since then, we have had some DJI units fall out of the air, which really makes you think, what would be the worst case scenario, right? And a lot of our purchases today are based on a weighting of safety. And for us, that means making sure that every drone that is flying over people is less than 2.5 pounds. And that comes out of some napkin calculations about how the impact force of a 2.5 pound object hitting a hard hat would happen, right? So if we're going to say we expect everybody on our job site to wear a hard hat, we need to make sure that whatever we're flying does not have a chance of going through a hard hat. And for us, that happened to be about 2.5 pounds, which puts us not at a Phantom 4 level. Those are more than 2.5 pounds, but at about the Mavic level. And at that scale, we've actually found that the Skydio drones are a really good fit for us. They have a very solid camera, and they actually have a lot of autonomy features, and then they actually have several cameras on the body, which give it the autonomous capabilities. And those are important because when we're flying around our structures, we often do inspections where we have to get very close. And a lot of traditional suppliers really rely on their GPS and the magnometer that's on board, and the Skydio is mostly visual. So we have the ability to fly closer to structures with more predictability around flight controls, and then also have that kind of secondary backup as if a pilot loses visibility for some reason or something like that, they would have the ability to know that a drone is going to operate safely within its own right. But those two things together really drive a lot of it. But we do still have moments where we get out the DJI Mavic, or sorry, the Matrice 210 and use it for its thermal camera. But we are evaluating Skydio's new offering around their thermal capabilities with their more industrial level drone.
Thanks, Eric. How about you,
I've
Sarah?
got another.
Oh, go ahead. Well, I was gonna.
I got a question here from Jeff King about the processing. So the nice thing about the UAS is that a lot of the extra time that it takes to do the processing is automated, specifically with the Pix4D and the Leica Infinity software. You know, do a couple things, import your ground control points, and then, you know, yeah, it's going to run for a couple hours, but it does it automatically. You know, it's automated, does its thing, come back after a while, double check the results, make sure everything's good, go back out. So for our patrol guys, they, you know, set it and go back out and do, you know, take the recs, do stuff like that, come back, double check it. and then doing the diagramming portion of it takes about the same amount of time. On the larger scenes, it's a little bit quicker than it was previously being out there measuring the points. Now, when we were doing it with measuring tapes, like we did in, at the beginning of my career, this is significantly faster in the office and out of the office. So it's an improvement on both sides.
If I may just chime in here real quick, there's a question in the chat regarding SOPs and ops manuals and such. And I come from a manned aviation background, so this is kind of a norm for manned pilots where everything is checklist and ops specs, ops manuals and SOPs and such. But I'm very pleased, and I'm hoping you all are familiar with the updated advisory circular to Part 107. I'm actually going to drop it into the chat box right here so you can all see it. If you look at the appendix in that, there's really good information on how to do risk assessment, hazard analysis and such. And there are actually on the FAA website a lot more documents related to that. If you go to the FAA.gov website, you'll find there's 2 or 3 different manuals on system safety and things of that nature. So that's my first point. And then I had a question here from regarding where we're seeing regulations go, the next frontier. Well, like I mentioned, I teach global UAS law, and in the process of which EASA, the European Aviation Safety Agency, they've already published some regs to standardize drones. I'm sure you're familiar with the 3 different categories, the open, specific, and the third one, I can't remember for the second, but they also have gone above and beyond that and issued regs for unmanned or urban air mobility, or advanced air mobility, as we're now calling it. And that is important because there are aircraft that are being used anywhere from EHang to volocopter, aircraft that are designed to be unmanned air taxis that can carry up to 1,000 pounds. In Europe, there are already regs governing those to take them out of the experimental category and put them in a regular certified category, which is what manned aviation is headed towards. And so for this, I think where the FAA needs to move forward is thinking in those lines so that we can do like Dubai did in 2017 and have the volocopter, do little rides with the air taxi scenario with people on board. We haven't gotten that far. We're just now getting our Part 107 waiverable things into regular regs. As you can see, the ops over people and ops at night. But I think we need to keep moving forward with beyond visual line of sight regs. Those are also in other parts of Europe very commonplace now. I'm not sure if you're aware, in Finland, they deliver mail to the remote islands over there beyond visual line of sight. Their post office does. And so we kind of should move in that direction. And I hope that answers your question.
Thanks, Sarah. Perfect. What about others? Do you have some information on SOPs and manuals that you'd mind sharing?
So with DPS being a law enforcement agency, we had to have SOPs laid out before we could really get going too big with the program. So we had an SOP manual and an operational manual put together pretty quickly. But the challenge that we had with that is that Sergeant Freeman, myself, and a couple of the representatives from different work groups put our heads together. We used another law enforcement agencies as a blueprint. But the real problem that we had was those of us that came from an aviation or UAS background trying to explain why we were doing what we were doing to people in command staff who had no idea even that a drone and a UAS were the same thing. So that was the real challenge that we came across, is helping our command staff, our executive staff, understand why we were doing what we were doing. Or their own people sometimes.
Okay, perfect. Thanks.
But once we got it nailed down, once we talked to them and helped them understand it, then we were good to go.
Yeah, perfect, touch upon. Thank you. So for Jim and Erica, so in your particular use cases, do you see UAS replacing your traditional methods to accomplish your tasks, or is it situational? And if so, what extent?
Hi, this is Jim chiming in. I don't see it fully replacing everything. We've had skepticism, especially from survey, but through the past couple of years, we've done quite a bit of testing to prove the utility of the drone to them and the accuracy of it, especially when using ground control points. Typically, we'll have survey put about 5 ground control points out in our flown area. Traditional methods, otherwise, from Erica's point of view, they would oftentimes use the police helicopter or rent an aerial helicopter and fly certain areas, which can be very expensive. So the drone absolutely, from that side of things, have replaced that completely. I've not been one of the lucky ones to go up in the helicopter, but I wouldn't complain either.
Perfect, thanks. And I guess for my next question, which kind of ties into that, and maybe Eric, if you could take this or someone else, but there's a question here that's asking about what accuracy are you seeing using the propeller arrow points?
Yeah, we've actually done quite a bit of research on this subject to know. So one of my really fun examples on some of these technologies is when we started rolling out automated machine guidance at Sunt. We had an operator that went and graded. It was like a hiker-biker path that was adjacent to the freeway, but he graded about a quarter of a mile of this hiker-biker path, and at the end of the day was like, "This is perfect. This automated machine guidance system is fantastic." And then we went out and actually surveyed it, and he did the entire thing half an inch too low because he accidentally selected the wrong surface that he was grading to with automatics, right? And the takeaway for me was that the technology and the way that it does create inaccuracies is often deceiving because it always looks like it's doing a good job, right? So you can have a model that's actually off by half a foot elevation the entire way, and unless you're looking for it, you don't know. And so we actually do quite a bit of testing every time we pick up a new piece of gear, whether that's something that's in the air or supporting it from the ground. We've tried combining the Phantom 4 RTK, real-time kinematic unit, with a single arrow point on the ground. And then we've also got, when you buy a pack of arrow points, you get about 10 of them because you end up having to put the corners and then also kind of grid them throughout the site every few, 1,500 feet or so. But you end up getting some really extremely tight and accurate models. And right around the arrow point, you're pretty much dead on. And then as the further you get away from those, you'll start to see some waviness in your data. But we've been able to keep that well within any kind of GPS tolerance and kind of data tolerance that we would get. So we've actually found that because the arrow points will be on the ground the entire flight duration, so if we're flying for 40 minutes or an hour and a half, you're effectively burning in that GPS point for that entire duration. And so that spot is so accurate and so precise that everything around it is also very accurate and very true. So we find that it's actually a lot more accurate than doing traditional GPS spot location captures. But I'd be happy to follow up with anybody that has some more questions around some of that data. Luis Trujillo, who's our pilot for transportation, actually has a whole bunch of really good case studies on some of his projects where he's done traditional survey, arrow points, and then arrow points with an RTK unit.
Thanks, Eric. I have another question. This one's for Brian. So in the case of Tim, it appears the major use of UAS is mapping the incident scene. What do you see as the hurdles to expand that use for other purposes, such as queue monitoring or video sharing?
So a lot of the challenges that we're coming up on with that would be that while we're working the scene, we're working very hard to get that scene cleared. So our UAS is being used on the scene, and specifically the pilot who was flying it usually has 4 or 5 other things that they have to do once they finish flying that scene. So usually the drone, the UAS, is really quick at collecting it, but then we have scene marking, we have scene cleanup, we have interviews, we have things like that. So for our purposes, for queue monitoring, it may not work as well just due to specifically manpower. But if we had ADOT there with us and they had a UAS, that would clear that up a lot. Specifically, a lot of our scenes that are there for longer times, we've got the vehicles with the flashing lights telling people to get over. If we had somebody there who was doing that and in duality, monitoring a queue with the UAS, that would be more, I guess, manpower friendly to us. And I know that a lot of our command staff is really liking the live view that we're able to do with the UAS now. We've been doing a lot of crowd monitoring with protests and things like that, and so we're able to live stream it to command staff so they can get an eyes on to events and things like that, and they're loving that. It's a fantastic functionality that we're able to add to our decision-making processes for protests. So for that, we're using it a lot. But on an active crime scene, active collision scene, the manpower would really be our main issue with adding that type of functionality.
Perfect, thank you. So it looks like, unfortunately, we're out of time for more questions. So before I turn this back to Jenna, I just wanted to thank all of our speakers. Wonderful presentations. Great job on the Q&A as well. So we'd also like to do our last audience poll to help us evaluate today's workshop. So please let us know if your expectations were met with today's presentations and how this workshop impacted your knowledge of UAS programs. And thank you so much for participating in this. Your feedback is very important for us. Leave this on for probably about 20, 30 more seconds. Give time for everybody to vote. Okay, and then we got one more question for you. And we just want to know if your expectations for this workshop were effectively met. Leave this open for about 20 more seconds. Okay, perfect. So with that, I'm going to turn over the time to Jenna for our closing remarks.
Thanks, Paul. You did an amazing job today as moderator too. In addition to all of our fabulous presenters, there was just a ton of awesome information, a lot of content. Thank you all for coming, for attending, and for presenting. We're just really fortunate to have such a diverse group in Arizona, and all of your willingness to share with us is really wonderful. So thank you. Tomorrow, we have another half day of exciting things and good content planned. We're going to start at 9. We are planning on having breakout sessions tomorrow. So for all of you that are planning to join us, and I hope it's all of you and more, one note is that the breakout sessions do not work if you're on a mobile device. They work best if you download the WebEx application to your local drive. So just a reminder for that. And I posted a link earlier to all the presentations from today that you can download. I will have the recording there after it compiles. You'll be able to access that as well, and I'll send out an email with all that information. So have a great afternoon and a wonderful evening, and we'll see you back here at 9 tomorrow. Thank you.